That's good, that's good. Alright. And then one last thing. Did it work? Yee, there we go. Alright. Okay. Everything's working. We're good. But hello. Yay, the tiny dude. I still love the little guy on the shoulder. I got permission to use this for just regular streams and everything. Yay! The tiny dude's back. So if you guys, and I also put like links and everything to the person who made this, who is White Rice, aka Rice, who I was streaming with Friday and Saturday with Splatoon. So if you guys do exclamation point VTuber or exclamation point PNG, command will pop up. Also, if you guys scroll down to the bottom where the panels are, I did a little bit of rearranging with that, but there's also links for Rise's Twitch and Twitter as well. Oh, hello, Tatoes! I'm so eepy. Oh, hello. It's just okay, it's okay. I know that I tend to stream pretty late for you guys, so I apologize. Alright. Hello! British. Just a little bit of a British moment. Don't apologize to the British. It is not too late, I'm just eepy. That's fair. That's very fair. I felt that yesterday because I think for like streaming for a combined total of 6 hours for a Splatoon, my pronouns are USA. Lovely. I would do an eagle noise, but I don't know how to do an eagle noise. Yeah, yesterday, Sunday, I, I, I think it was because of just streaming for 6 hours on Splatoon, which is a very high stress game. I was just passed out for like over half the day. Oh, hold on, give me a moment. Gotta make sure. Okay. Yeah, there we go. You streamed how long? Uh, 3 hours for 3 hours on Friday, 3 hours on Saturday, and oh my god, that is bright. It's so. Oh my god! Rice! You! You! Hold on. I'm yelling at Rice in DMs. Oh yeah. Uh, that scared me. Oh yeah, I'm just in Discord right now because I didn't have any time to set up like with the VTuber stuff that I normally have set up. So yeah, I'm just in Discord right now. And Rice just showed up and did that. Hold on. You made me jump out of my seat. How could you? Almost had a heart attack. Tatos, I'm so sorry. To be fair, I kind of did as well. The rice is just laughing. Okay, hold on. The chat is bugging me a little bit. Hold on. Give me one moment. Back to stream elements. I swear I know what I'm doing, guys. I swear. I promise. I don't swear. I promise. Maybe. Go back to chat. Try and figure things out. CFY. CFY. Alright. Okay, everything is looking good now. Ooh, no, you come back. Cool. I'm so happy I live nowhere. Amazing. Wait. Okay, cool. You guys can hear it. Alright, choosing the character. This one, I guess. And we, of course, are just gonna go with Vale. I don't know what you guys are doing. Oh. Ah, right. Yes. Eagles. I want to be a bird. What about me? Can I be a bird? Also, be sure to just yell at me if you can't hear anything. If you need me to turn something up louder. Ah, that dude. I like his haircut. I wish there was voice acting in this. Welcome to the wonderful world of Pokemon. Beloved Gallery region is a wonderful place with thriving nature. Yeah, NY City, New York City rat. I don't know if I want to be a rat in New York City. I don't know. Cities with many Pokemon with which we share our lives. City. Yeah. It's okay. It's just like saying desert and TT. You know, like Cherry T and Sahara Desert, I think. I think so. I don't know. Ah! Elephant. These will be these mysterious creatures that we call Pokemon. Looks suspicious. Oh yeah, no, 100%. I do like his hair though. Also just the way it's kind of shaved on the side. Like a capitalist. Yeah, 100%. Absolutely capitalist. Random Pokemon battle compete. Go Pokemon trainers. DF, no. Guys, yeah! Hey, very cool eyes. Alright. I'll put my trust in you on this, I guess. I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Rose. It is a pleasure to be here. Hello. Tuning Gates to the Galar region's greatest Pokemon trainer, your undefeated champion. It's time for Champion Leon's exhibition match. Oh. Hey! This dude. Why is he dressed like that? I have no idea. I really don't know. To be honest, I just love the fact that there are sponsors on the back of his cape. Oh. Big dragon. Sword. Yeah, but again, if you guys can't hear the game, just let me know. Yeah. It's his weapon. It's gonna stab some people. But trying to burn. I can hear game sounds. Oh, good. Nice. Hello, hello. Hello. Oh. Is that your flash new phone, Vale? You're watching Lee's exhibition match on it, but you can't cheer him on with your hands full. You know the only way to properly cheer on Lee is with his famous Charizard pose. Hello, Carrie. Hello. Hope you're doing well, Carrie. Phone. Okay, nothing important. Hop, didn't expect to see you here today, dear. Isn't this the big day? Gary. Yeah, that's exactly why I came running over here to get Vale. Never mind watching the match now. I've got it recording at home anyway. I record all my brother's matches. You get the mom's name, or is it forever just mum? Honestly, I think it's just forever mum. Just mum. Hello. Whispering presses when he visits. Don't forget the beg if I were you. Gotta run, see you mine later. When do we ever get the mom's name? To be honest, I have no idea. Oh, done. Gotta spin around real quick. There we go. There's never been a mom that has a name. Yeah, just big dust bunny. Oh no, I gotta sneeze. Oh, okay, I'm good. Thank you, CF. Yeah. No, just big dust bunny. Oh! Aw, I'm sorry I woke you up. Ah, happy little guy. Okay. I know that there's only like 4 rooms technically, but I'm just gonna believe that this room right or that this one right here is the mom's room, and that she does not sleep in the kitchen. That is my headcanon. Eh. Rubbed mom's old bag. She sleeps on the couch. No! Ah! Oh, hello. Thank you for the follow. Brand Spice Third? I apologize if I got your name wrong, but hello! Doesn't need sleep. To be honest, I'd feel very bad if, she just slept on the couch. Although I wouldn't be surprised if she just kind of took over, just like this room while I was just out of venturing. Maybe. I don't know. I still think that this is her room right here. It's not a closet. Nope, not closet. Maybe she works nights? Maybe. Probably. Doesn't move from that position. About bathrooms? Outhouse. Outdoors. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Something tells me that Nintendo doesn't really think about that. Oh, hello, Hop. I look at you, that old bag. Looks like it could pull you over. Chips in the bath? Oh no! Just takes a bunch of blankets and just rolls them out in the bathtub. I don't think that'd be very sanitary, I won't lie. Oh, look, but what's it doing there? It has a personal vendetta against that gate. That boy is gay, and I really do believe that. Did you just jump over it? You think so? Actually, wait, hold on. You know, you would like 100% be able to jump over that fence. Oh. Oh, okay, kitty. Yes, go get the Duolingo done. I have already completed mine. I'm at 100 days so far. I am not reading like any of the dialogue. And to be fair, I kind of just want to hurry up and get No! Kid, I don't care, just let me go to... I just want to get the birds! I just want to get the birds. I wish to... Wait, hold on. Burp, 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 burp. Okay, there we go. My thing wasn't working there for my thing wasn't working there for a second, and I got worried. I have to speak louder. I don't want to speak louder. No. There you are at last stop. Brought Vale. Hello, dear. Grizzly. Kind of crammed in a cupboard. I have 100 time. Arrived at station. Do fathers exist in this game? Honestly, I don't know. Wait, yes. Technically. I think. Maybe? Yes. You know, fathers do exist. Just not for, like, the player character, apparently. You have no father. I heard cat. Cat. Maybe you just spawned. Probably. There's Hop's grandpa, though. Yes, I hear you, cat. Don't mind me, just rummaging around the house. There's the grandma. Hello, grandma. Just let me get to the birds, please. Let me get to the birds. 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 Just let me go to the Poke Center so that I can register the fact that I can open a PC. Box. Yep. Why are you just sitting there? And have him here? You gonna come along? You're just gonna stand there. Alright, sounds good. Just gonna stand there then. He'll just teleport himself, don't worry. Yeah, he's just an Abra in disguise. I want to know though, just why is this outfit like that? Oh, hello. Fashion disaster is here. Yeah. Yeah. just a tiny bit. Itty bit. He needs just a whole new wardrobe. Oh, leg. Please. I am not reading any of this dialogue. Just, I want the birds. Please. I just want the birds. Bruh. Don't be mean. No, I won't be mean. I won't be mean to Lee. It's just like a little tiny bit of a change. Tiny bit. I think it's his shorts. Yeah, no, it's his shorts. If he were to change those shorts into something else, it would look decent. Definitely the shorts. Yeah, tiny bit. Itty bit. Teeny tiny. Itty bitty. Hop. Please. Just let me go to the birds. I have a bird that's ready to be transferred, but please. Ugh. Ugh. Bruh. No. Either the shorts go or the cape needs to leave. To be fair, I think the cape is just so that he can show off all of his sponsors. And I don't think that the companies would allow him to get rid of the cape. So the shorts have to go. He speaks so positively, he won't be listening to you haters. You know what? Fair. That's fair, that's fair. Look at him. Oh, another cutscene. Alright. Ah! Yeah, the three starter Pokemon. Yeah, the three starter Pokemon that I will not be using at all. Just I feel just like a tiny bit bad that I'm doing this challenge. Yeah. It's just... It... Just... Oh! I feel just a tiny bit bad that I won't be using these guys because they're adorable. They're very cute. They're very adorable. But none of them are flying type. They're very cute. They are so cute. Who's the least adorable? Which one is that? Which one would that be? They're all cute. I like them all. If I could, I would have all of them. I would be dude, this is like the toughest choice I've had to make. Like, bruh. Ugh. Middle. Okay, fine. To be fair, Scorbunny is like the one I always choose. Yeah, even though I feel bad that I won't be using him at all. Yeah, Scorbunny. But I'm not gonna nickname him though. I would choose a crying one because I relate to it spiritually. Honestly, same though. Ow. That's very fair. Okay, so no nicknaming because we don't want to get attached to this one. So no nickname. No name. I'd get the grass up because I want to be original. That's fair. To be fair, the final evolution of Grookey is very cool. Just please. I just want to hurry to the Poke Center so that I can hurry and just choose or get. My brain is going burr. I just kind of want to fly through like all of this. Oh no. It's okay, little guy. You gotta be with the champion. Please. Just... I would have been already attached. Dude, I'm also attached. I have to try so hard not to be attached. I was choose the Pokemon easier to beat in the new games. I think it might be because the final evolution has dual typing, and while like if you choose fire, and the person chooses grass, when it evolves, it'll still have a typing that is strong against your starter, against your final evolution starter, I think. At least that's how it was for Sun and Moon. Like how Decidueye is both grass and ghost. And I think ghost is weak against fairy, which is why the final evolution of the water type is like water and fairy. I think it might be fairy. I don't remember 100%, but I know that the fire type though, the Incineroar, is fire and dark. At least I think. I don't remember 100%, unfortunately. Okay, good night, Tatos. Have a good eep. Sun and Moon was so good. It was. It was very good. I liked it. Especially like all the like Pokemon that you could summon and everything. Like that was fun. I like that. Yeah. Although I think Sun and Moon was when Inkay, I think it's Inkay, was introduced, I think. And that one confused me on how to like evolve it, because I didn't know you had to like hold your DS upside down, literally, in order to have it evolve. Or yeah, like level it up while holding the DS upside down. That kind of threw me for a little bit of a loop. Got so many Mimikyu trading them out. Yeah, that's fair. Mimikyu is adorable. It's definitely a change on the Pikachu clones too. Like instead of it being like an actual like electric mouse or rodent or something or squirrel, it was just like it was just a ghost that had just a Pikachu costume. And that was adorable, and I liked it. No. Okay, can I leave? No, just let me leave. I want to get my bird, please. I thought I could cheese it. I thought I could cheese it. I thought I could go and grab my bird. I thought I could grab my bird. SMH, we can close our eyes. Yeah, just become blind for a few seconds. Just gotta get past this. I have Duolingo'd. Yo, you have appeased the bird. Tackle. Hey, easy 250 XP that'll be used on a Pokemon that I won't ever use. Like a bit of fighting with the Firebird. Yeah, I know it's just a little bit of a glitch, little tiny bit of a glitch. You know, it's actually fletching right now. You know, not the bunny. No. It's just a Firebird. Just, bruh, please. Just let me. Please. I just want to get my bird. These are actually wings? Yes. Trusty ally. You've known him for like 2 seconds. Pretty much. Just you have known this Pokemon for at most 2 seconds, maybe 2 minutes. Level 7. Just please, I just want my birds. I just want my birds. I want my birds. Give me the birds back. I am ignoring all of the dialogue. Just let me go to the Poke Center. Please. Please. Learn about all types of Pokemon? Joke's on you, Leon. I'm only gonna know about the birds. That's it. No one else. AOCF? Oh, hi, cat. Hello. Yes, I heard you mewing at me. Hello. I have about an hour. You can wait. Thanks, shorts, for the present. It is time to get rid of it. Oh no! No, Clay, don't make me feel even worse, please. No, no more detours. She's straight though. Aww. Oh, so nothing's gonna happen. Oh, sad. Such sadness. Please, please. Just let me get the bird. Fine. Yes, we'll save it. Hold on. No, not yet. No. Please. I just... I forgot how annoying the start of the game is. Yeah, the start of the game is very annoying. I guess we'll go see the Wooloo. I do like this music though. This helps calm me. This music calms me. This is good. Okay, wait, hold on. This is bugging me just a tiny bit. Have to go to voice and video. Hold on. Okay, maybe that works. We will see. Is the plot in this one good? It's decent. Yeah, it's very I am running away from you. No, just let me run. I just want to go to my birds. Please. Please, I beg. I guess it's... Please, just... No, I'm running through this. I don't care. No! Ah! This game is mocking me now. 'Cause I can't catch anything. It is mocking me with this bird. It's okay, everything's gonna be okay. Everything's gonna be alright. The game is mocking me. The game is mocking me, showing me the bird. Please, just let me get past this. I'm not even close, please. Squirrel. The start of this game, so annoying. Please, please. Whoa, a bird. I know. I could have had a bird already, but this game is like dragging me by my ankles through this plot, and it is not letting me go anywhere else. Oh wow, it is so foggy. Really. I can't even see in front of my hand from my face. Nice place, soft limits. Oh, here we go, another cutscene. Whee! Oh, this is very foggy. Oh, dog. Puppy. Dog. Puppy dog. Dog. It's weird having you... We're seeing you have an expression that isn't completely blank. Oh dude, I know, right? And now he just... Wow. I won't lie, this part is decent. Just run. You know, this Pokemon is not a bird. Please. No, this Pokemon is not a bird. I cannot do anything. Wow. Oh. This music was pretty good. This music is pretty good. Ugh, words. Please. I just want to rush through this. Let me have my bird. Please, I beg. Bruh. Oh. Oh. Oh, hello! Hello there, Piplup. Hope you're doing good. I am slightly complaining at the fact that this game is just dragging me through the opening without letting me have my bird. But I hope you're doing good though. Almost done with the opening, so hopefully we will be able to start soon. Just please. Call me Pip. Alright, sounds good. I'm doing pretty good. Just kind of complaining about the fact that this game is dragging me through the opening. That's about it though. It was a straight path, what do you mean? Dude, I tried so hard, but I kept on getting called back because people just wouldn't leave me alone. People just wouldn't leave me alone. And I had to. Wooloo. It's just... I blame the Wooloo. I blame the Wooloo. I won't lie, the music though for the Sleeping Wells, I think it's called, is very good. Force call me Pip. Someone who I don't need to force call me Pip. Luckily, never had to force anyone. Hey! That's good. It's all good. If you have a certain name on be called, I do not mind calling you by that name. So long as it's, you know, not a slur or anything. So true, Gary, so true. Yeah. If anything, the one thing I really like about this game is music. That's about it. Also with how some of the Pokemon look. That's about it though. Okay, just please. Some of the Pokemon. And I'm not biased. I mean, that's fair. And some of the Pokemon are a bit eh. Please. But a Pokemon, yes please. Don't. You are making me feel worse about the fact that I have to abandon the Score Bunny. Goodbye, mother. I will see you never again. Alright. Now maybe we can just run. Look after my veil. No. Come on. We just ignore everything. I am gonna have an aneurysm. Their Pip is a nice word, Gogo said. It makes an excellent or very nice attractive person or thing. Self know what Pip meant until this day. That's fair. Yeah, I know that Pip is like a name and everything. I know from previous knowledge that Pip is a name. Yeah, it's all good. It is all good, no worries. Pet, pet, pet. Bro, every time I run it into square what I want to explode. Oh, dude. Same. Same. Okay, please. Oh, this game. Why? You wouldn't want to wake up the sweet sleeping Wooloo, right? Better take the long way around. Maybe I want to wake them up so that I can just beeline it to the Poke Center. Yes, we absolutely would. They are not flying types, so therefore I do not care. Just please. Oh, this game. I like this game, but I also hate this game, and no, we are ignoring everything. Hey, cool potion, cool. Yeah, no, we leave. Neum. Oh hey, that is a bird. However, there is a certain bird. I already have a bird planned. Yes, bird. Do we catch this bird? I already have a bird planned for our starter. I just have to transfer it over and everything. Bird. My starter levels up once more. I can't use it because it's then over level cap. Oh no. Lane's running us like right now. Oh, gotcha. Or do you have a rule where you can't like transfer Pokemon? You can't like switch Pokemon around? Or like do you have to have your starter in your party at all times? It hurts. It hurts ignoring the bird. Come on. No, please! I guess we have to, I guess we have to go to the Pokemon. Talk to the old man, talk. Alright. Simply loves the Poke Center. You're perfectly healed. Time we go back home. You should probably get rid of that mustache. It doesn't look good around you. Then leave! Yes, please, leave! Turn his Wooloo to pillow. I wish. Just, please, let... Make it some dinner if it... Yes, I'm not gonna lie. At this point, I'm very tempted to do so. Ha! Please! Well done! You reached the goal. I managed to find the Pokemon Research Lab. I don't care. Let me go into the Poke Center, please. Please. I beg. Ah. You know what Pip said? Pip said, I'm tempted to. At this point, I'm very tempted to. That will soon become a pillow. And also dinner. I'm very tempted to, and not to... Please. Leanna's like, you know what? This is better achievement than being champion. Like, wow. You managed to find the one building that sticks out. You know what? Good on you. Meanwhile, I'm just frothing at the mouth like, please, I just want my bird. Please. Just... I've been ignoring like all of this dialogue, and you're adorable. And I want you, but I can't. You're adorable. I wish to pet. Stop, but it's not good enough to have standards. So true. Yeah, no, that's fair. If you got rid of the shorts and put on like longer pants, I'd listen to I'd listen to him. Like, he would have standards then, but he has shorts, and they at least do not look good with that outfit. Please, I don't know what I'm saying anymore. Just let me. I just want my bird. I just want my bird. Let me have my bird. Please, please, please. I don't know if you can hear, but I'm like spamming my controller right now. Yay! Hi, Sonia. I like you. Yay! I like Sonia. She at least knows how to dress. Just, please. I also like how she has her hair too. I like Sonia. Wonder he gets lost all the time. There. Kind of fun. Little things, navigation tool, still gets lost. Yep, I know a lot about Pokemon. Please. 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 Please, just let me have my bird. Let me have my bird, please. The last Pokemon he uses on tutorial how to catch Pokemon is Rookity. Catch Pokemon. Yeah. Sonia and Ness are so together. Honestly, so true, Carrie. You're so true. Speaking facts. Yeah, that's very fair. Ah! I'd probably miss every single Pokemon if I threw Pokeballs IRL. Honestly, same. Yeah, no, I would absolutely as well. Just, please, can I finally go? I'm gonna commit crimes. I'm gonna commit crimes. Alright, no crimes. Thank you for the potion. Thank you for the potion. Can I please, 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 can I leave now? Please? Oh, maybe? Please? Did CF leave? I have no idea. I am gonna commit so many crimes. Hop, you're awesome. I like you. But please, just please? 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 Please. Finally, thank you. Lost my Nuzlocke almost. I lost my. Oh. Oh. Wow, that's very fair, Pip. Pat, pat, pat. Pat, pat. Please. Come on, Oh! Wait. Oh my god, finally! Yes, okay. Okay, so checking boxes just to register that and everything. Okay, all good, all good. Yes, cool. Cool, cool, all good. Okay. Can we finally start, please? Alright. Now says my baby girl, take that back. Okay, hold on. I am just gonna do this real quick. There we go. Okay, hold on. Saving one more time. The silence. While I transfer over. Yay! I hope you enjoyed the cat sandwich. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Cat is back. Yay. The cat has returned. The rat. Rat is in the name. Okay, hold on. Please. Please. No. Please. Okay. Wait. Change. Yep. Hold on. Give that cat to me. No, my cat. Nope, it's mine. Oh, hello? There's a car. Hold on. I'm having difficulties. Just, the game doesn't want to work. Just, please. Come on. I am going. It's almost been an hour and I have yet to actually start. Please. Hold on. Transferring bird. I know this worked. This works. I've done it before. Please. Petition. Bitte. I beg. Okay, wait. Oh, wait. Hold on. Move. Don't care. No, 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 no. Yes. You. Yes, connect. I'm having a grand old time. Oh, maybe? Please? Okay. Okay. Should work. Save changes and exit. Yes. Good. Yes. Pause. Pausing. I'm not touching anything because it's still saving. Boxes have been saved. Cool. Alright. Close. Then we open this back up. Okay. And now I'm really hoping that this works, because if not, I am gonna commit multiple crimes. There we go. Just multiple crimes. We'll be done. Do we have rat jam? No. Ah. Okay. Check. Check. Let's go! The boy! The boy! Soren. Let's go! The boy. Our starter. Yeah! This bird. Okay, so if you guys weren't here from the two Pokemon streams that I did, I wanted to try and get a shiny Rickety. And I tried to get it at full odds in a previous save file. It was over 2,000. I encountered over like 2,000 birds. It was not fun. And with chat's permission, I got the Pokemon. I did the Masuda method to get a shiny on my main account. It only took 33 eggs. 33 eggs out of over 2,000 wild encounters to get the shiny bird. Yeah, dude. Yeah, no, definitely got it naturally. Uh-huh. No, definitely got it naturally. Yeah. We're just gonna ignore the fact that, that this bird may be going insane. Okay, now we save. Bunny, I am sorry, but you are not a flying type. Alright, and now, we can begin. Finally. Okay. Alright. Now we can officially begin our little challenge. Okay. Gonna fly like the one elephant with big ears. Yeah. Okay, wait, hold on. I feeling that done. I'm gonna level up Soren just a little bit, because I have a feeling. Just a little bit of a feeling. Bird. Oh yeah, Dumbo. Back and better than ever. Yay. Welcome back. Yay! Shiny. Shiny bird. Shiny bird. Oh. Uh-oh. I don't think this is gonna be very... Uh-oh. We'll see how this goes. I don't think this is gonna be very good. Ah! I see! This is gonna take a while. I'm sure you win. I don't know about that one, Chief. So, you know, we're just gonna go on to a squirrel. Squirrel. There we go. Just gonna level up just a tiny bit. Just tiny bit. Okay. Hey, there we go. Super effective. There we go. That wasn't a lot. That wasn't a lot. Oh! No, just heal back up, please. Please. Thank you. Not very effective. Hmm. This challenge is definitely gonna give me a run for my money. Yikes. Please, no! Please be enough. Don't attack, please. I beg. Oh. Okay, that's okay. That's okay. We can get it with this one though. We can get it with this win. Yeah. Don't kill the squirrel. Too late. Squirrel is dead. No more squirrel. Ooh, nice. 2 times level up. CF, I'm sorry, but it had to be done. I'm sorry, CF, it had to be done. I could just catch Pokemon to level up the Pokédex, though. I just can't use them. Hold on, give me a moment. Hold on, just let me heal real quick. Okay. Ah! Right. Yep. Cool. Alright. Yeah, we're gonna level up just a tiny bit more, because I'm pretty sure Hop is gonna try and battle, I think. We're also just gonna catch this bird. That way we have 2 birds. Two birds. Bird! Yeah, catching all the birds. Only the birds. Or at least anything that's flying. My Isle of Armor counter is... Cramorant. Is that the... Wait, hold on. Yo. I'm trying... Is that the lava... Hold on. Oh wait, no, that's the bird. What's the one name... What's the one name of the one pelican from Finding Nemo? I can't remember the name of the one pelican. Hold on, this is bugging me now. I have to check. Hold on. Pelican from Finding Nemo. Nigel. Nigel. Yeah. Bone claws. I'm good, thank you. Oh wait, shit. Shoot. Oh well. Okay. I could just kinda get... Or, yeah. At the very least, just catch and complete Pokédex at the very least, but I just can't use any of the Pokemon. Shiny breed. Very shiny. Yes, hi cat! I can see you staring at me! What's weird? Oh, ouch. Yep. Ah, updated. Cool. Yeah, I'm good. Right, and then... Woo, just to catch and complete and get the Pokédex thing, stuff, encounter, bleh. I don't know why I'm doing this. Wait, hold on, why am I doing this? Rickety is like the only flying type in this area. Ha! Oh well. Eh. I should probably think about what flying types I should get. It's definitely... Hello, Storm! Yay! The PNG tuber! Yay! Rice gave me permission to use it for my regular streams. With only Rickety. I don't think that'd be a good idea. It'd be funny, but I don't think that'd be a good idea though, Clay. Hey, if you get yeah, there is a command which is exclamation point VTuber or PNG. And that links to Rice's Twitter, I believe. Yeah, oh, yeah, and Rice's Twitch as well. Yeah, be sure to go give Rice a follow because they made this the PNG tuber that I'm using, and it is very well done, and I like it. So go be sure to just go be sure to support them as well. Yeah, and then there's also I updated the panels and everything, and there's also link to their Twitter and Twitch and stuff as well. In the panel, like underneath the stream. Did you ever catch the Rickety? No. Technically no. I went a little insane. But I do have it though. I had to transfer it over. I have both cats staring at me now. Yes, hello, how are you? You two doing good? You doing okay, kitties? Yeah, no, Storm, I went... like... Oh yeah, no, it's right here. Yee! I just had to transfer it over. Ah. Yeah, this one is like my main quote-unquote or starter quote-unquote. Name is Soren. And then this is just temporary number 2. Yeah, don't be mean to Pip. Pip is new. Be nice to Pip. I still have to figure out like what other flying type Pokemon I need to get. Want to get into Live 2D? Live 2D? I think I'm a little bit confused on what you... a little bit confused on what you mean by that, Storm. Can you explain? Because I think it's like... Yeah! I thought so, okay. Because it looked familiar, but I just want to be... I just want to be like extra certain. Yeah, it looks really cool. I think eventually down the line I'll have like an actual like 3D model and everything. But for now, I'm just kind of happy with the PNG. Hop, please, yes. You're awesome, but please, I just want more birds. Just give me more birds. With all... Oh. Yeah, yes? Yeah, hi? I feel like I'm about to get scolded. I feel like I'm gonna get yelled at. Where's... Oh! Are they? Oh. Huh. Oh. Okay. I just talked to you like... I just talked to you. Ah! What? Hello? Like, oh, okay. Yeah, so that's definitely gonna be like on the back burner. Yeah, so I think I'm just gonna stick with this little guy for a bit. You know, just tiny bit. Yes. One day you'll get it. One day. I'm happy with the PNG tuber though. It is adorable, and I love just a little tiny guy on the shoulder that just looks up every time I talk. It's adorable, and I love it. Coupons are several thousand. Oh. It's expensive. Ugh. Not today nor tomorrow. Yet no. Probably not within like the next few years or so. Ooh! Any Pokeballs, thank you. They will only be used to catch birds, I apologize. Only birds. No, only birds. Nothing else, only birds. Gonna catch loads of Pokemon. I'm only gonna catch one type of Pokemon. Okay. There we go. Ah! Stop! Okay, cool. I mean, you are technically a bird, but I already have you. I have a better version of that bird. Price range for a 3D model can be anywhere from 1,000 all the way to 15? Oh! 15k depending on complexity and customization. Oh. Oh, I see. Oh, lovely. Oh. Rickety team, rickety team, rickety team, rickety team. As tempting as it would be, no. PD ones are usually over 10,000 max. Or wait, 1,000. Words. Ah! That was easy. Okay. Yes, I can see other kitty cats. The cats were just like staring at me. You guys had to wait just like a tiny bit longer for food. I'm sorry. You guys know that you have set time to eat. I wanted to say like Iron Mouse, flat hugs and everything. Oh no, do I have to beat up this child? I have to beat up a child, lovely. Iron Mouse. I wasn't staring at you. Alright. Sorry, child. Apparently I have to just drop kick you. Oh yeah, no. I am so sorry for your squirrel. I am so sorry for your squirrel. Self-defense? Yeah, technically. I did not consent. It has such a cute sweater. Yeah, I do agree. But it doesn't, it's not a bird though. So you don't need to beat up a child, just call his mom. Yeah, just get his mom over here saying, hey, your kid's trying to battle everyone. Stop him. Stop him. Self-defense against a 6-year-old. I only feel just like a tiny bit bad. Only a tiny bit though, not by much. Just a tiny bit. Whenever there's a strong trainer, I always look right at them. That was on you. A cool sweater though. I apologize. Alright, now we go this way. More birds. Robbing the child. Yeah, unfortunately it is pretty much just robbing the child. It's very much just robbing the child. 6-year-old tried to kill Pokemon trainer with squirrel. Yeah. Whoops. I did not mean you. Ah. Well. Ah. Well, this one? Hey. But, The fox is adorable, but little bit fainted. just tiny bit. The officer was in self-defense. I drop-kicked the child in self-defense. Not my fault. It was self-defense. Puppy evolved to dog. It stands with 2 legs that has red eyes and looks like it wants to eat me. Oh no. Make sure to give the dog just like all the food it could want so that it does not eat you. The same child? Twins, I think. Yes, I think twins. Ooh, a bug. Bug. I only have 1 attacking move though. Alien bug. Yeah. Oh, I only have 1 attacking move. Oh, lovely. This might take a little bit. This might take a little bit. This might take a tiny bit. A tiny bit. Just this is why we keep Peck. To be fair, when I got this Pokemon, it did not have Peck, like, at all. It did not have Peck at all. So I'm just kind of stuck with the 4 moves for now. It didn't have Peck. Just yeah. There's the Pokemon Center guy. Did the bird just punch the bug? Yep. Wait, what Pokemon Center guy? Where? Who? I can grab 1 moves. Is it only in one, is it only in one Poke Center, or is it in all of them? Also translate. Oh? Ooh, okay. I know where I'm going. Right, burp burp. Ooh, okay. Now give me money, thank you. And goodbye. Okay. Definitely gonna have to check that out. Yes, hi cat. I can see you staring at me. Old lady. Old. I do like her cane though. Wait on. Is the cane a bird? The cane is a bird! Give it. I want it. I will rob this old lady. The cane is Corviknight. I want it. Please give it to me. Please. I'm asking nicely. You must be Vale. Yes. As guessing correctly, you are obligated to give me the cane. Give it to me. It is a bird. I want it. Give. That reminds me of the talisman from the Owl House. It does! Yeah! Very close. I want it though. Just give it to me. Give. If you have a spare, I would gladly take it. I am just ignoring all the dialogue. I am just ignoring all of you. Oh hey, there's a Game Freak logo. Yes, hi cat. Hello. How are you? Wait. Oh. Ah. Hold on. Give me one moment. I forgot. I had to take things. I have to take medication that I forgot about. Oh, this is your reminder, chat. If you have yet to take your medication, take your medication now, because I kind of forgot until now. Take your medication, chat. Also, get a snack, drink water, take care of yourself, all that stuff. Yeah. Alright, hold on, give me a moment. Ow. Yeah. Medication. Ah! Oh hey! I didn't realize. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Oh, water time. Speaking of. Water. You more pasta. Yes, go get more pasta, Carrie. Next flying types, I recommend Peplier or Fletchender. Yeah, I was just thinking about that. I know that I can get a Togekick or Togekiss, which is Flying Fairy, which would be extremely useful for the Dragon Gem. We should get a just an entire an entire team of only Rookies. It would be interesting, I won't lie. Oh hey, a husband. Yeah, Togekick. Yeah. That's a flying fairy. And since it is flying type. Oh, it is. Oh, you are so right. It is the old man. Okay. Nice, thank you. Cool. Lore. Oh my god. Oh my god, you're so right. There's lore. Ah, hi! I don't know if you guys could hear, but my cat just meowed at me. Yes, hi cat. I really want to pick you up. Yeah, no, the sheep is gone. We already ate the sheep. The Drift Bloom line is also pretty worth. Is that Flying Ghost? Cause gotta battle me. I don't care. Let me just find the Ooh, yeah, that one's flying fighting. Yeah, I knew that one. It's very tempting. It's really good. Fighting flying, yeah. Yeah. Once I get past the opening, I'm just like, brah! Please! As you know. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Gordy. Yeah. Novarin's good too? Yeah! Novarin is really good. Yes! Absolutely. Oh hey, a Wooloo. Why they call one of their kids Leon decided that Hop was also a good idea for the second one? Nah, not a clue. Expect 4 times weak dice? Yeah. Although, to be fair, Hop could have also just chosen the name himself. Maybe. I don't know. Nope, no more Wooloo. Delpleer? Yeah, that one's flying water. Okay. Alright. Well, that was fast. Feels like someone who would name himself Hop. So true. Very true. Rookie! I mean, there is Peck. Yeah, we'll just switch to the other Rookie because of Peck. I think? I can't remember. Brain is going burr. Burr. Ah! Adorable. Okay, cool. I was right. Scratch. And Peck. Gyarados too can get Magikarp now, I think. Yeah! Oh yeah, that's right. It is like a flying type, isn't it? Oh yeah, I have Corviknight covered because Rookity. Monkey. I don't know if I... Oh wait, did I just miss talking to... An NPC that could give me the fishing rod. Fireball fly attempts are legendary. Oh good, no worries. I'm just trying to think. Oh hey! Wait, hold on. Okay, Hop's gonna send out Rookity. Hold on. I'm gonna send one better. Rookity and Rookity violence, pretty much, yeah. Oh look, I have Rookity too, but mine's better. L. L, mine is better. Oh, I forgot about that. This might take a little bit. Probably do Leer a few times, just to bring the defense down. And then use the Rock Nest to continue having defense go down. Okay, so yeah, Leer twice. Shiny bird. Gold bird. Whoop! Water time! Water in the middle of battle. Ah, water. Water. Okay, that was twice. Rock Smash. Let's see how much damage this does. Okay, that's pretty good. And then... Whoop! Hey, hello! Hello, someone random. Whoop! Thank you for the follow. 9865. Oh, do you have a preferred name that you want me to call you by? Like either someone, one, Rayan, random? As long as it's not a slur, I'm all good with calling you something. Just call me random? Sounds good. Gotcha. Hope you're having a good day. Don't mind me just going slightly crazy while trying this challenge. Still within like... Still within like opening game area. Doing a sword Nuzlocke? Yo! Oh! It looks like Random and Pip have history, it looks like. Ooh! History. Ooh, for your attack. Yes, please. Please. I'm gonna go with Tailwind. Yes. Beef? Lore? Chat lore, Ayo. We are cursed. Oh no. Oh no. Cursed. You'll always end up finding each other in different chats. Nom nom nom. Nim works plus champ not so much. Wait. Like 5 of the same streams. Nice. And I was like, ooh, 5 deaths. Ouch. Ouch. Best of luck. Oh wait, what's happening? Oh yeah, Norseman thing. Random and Pip are living in a fanfic trope. And they were a really good Pokemon. Ah, no! Oh. Hold on. Stream lagged for a tiny bit there. I think everything's all good now. I think. Yes, okay, yeah, we're good. We're good. They already started after me, I'm at 2 badges. Well, to be fair, people tend to go at their own pace. Do not worry about, you still being at 2 badges and everything, Pip. It's all good, people go at their own pace. It happens. No, just don't mind me just kinda spamming to just trying to move forward. Pet, pet, pet. No. I'd rather not. Shooting star! Make a wish! I wish to find all the shiny flying Pokemon. Wish for a bird. I wish for a bird! Wishing star. I wish for a bird. Bird. More bird. Yes, yes. It's a speedrunner now. Yo. I don't care about game, please. I just want to hurry and go. Please. I beg. Wish for a Cramorant named CF. Maybe. Mayhaps. It was for CF to be back. Just prage. One day CF will be back. CF will return. One day. Duh. Wish that I don't lose this Nuzlocke run. You got this! You got this! Oh! It is the next day. Sonia! Also, please, Professor, give me that cane. I desperately want it. Give me the cane. Please, I beg. Petition. I'm just skipping all the dialogue. I just want to catch Pokemon, please. Ah, cool. Let me leave. Let me leave. I wish to leave. Doing a really bad job what it canes should do. Yeah. I know, if anything, it's just like purely it's not doing a good job. The cane is supposed to help stabilize. Just, you know, make sure that you don't fall. Please. Ah! Cool. Leaving. Running. Running away. Please. Bruh! Please! I don't. I care not. Please. I don't care. Trapped by the lore. Ah, there we go. Freedom! Freedom! Leave! Running away. Running away. Dog! I wish you were flying type. Is it too late to wish? No, it's okay. It's okay, pet pet. Never too late to make a wish. Okay, still... birds. More birds. Turtle. Just let me... I just want different flying Pokemon, please. I beg. Please. I wish I would not be single all my life. Fair. Rage. Whoop! Shiny. Shiny. You are waving and I don't know why. Hop. Please. I don't... Ah! There we go. Then I wish I could sing good. Good for you to one annoying person. Honestly fair. Okay, that's all good, that's all good. Where? You. Oh, here we go. Remember I move. You select. Okay. And I'm definitely gonna go with Peck. Yes, please. And gonna go with Lear. Sleeping every day all day would be a deep wish. Yeah, wait. Hold. Isn't that just a coma though? I'm pretty certain that would be just a coma. You would wish to go into a coma? Oh, okay. I guess so. Alright. Okay, got that. Run. I go this way. Please. Yes, thank you for the TM. Thank you. Why didn't you catch any Pokemon? Well, you see, Hop, it's a thing that I'm doing about getting only flying Pokemon. Yeah, how many did you catch? Yeah. Low. No. L. To me, yeah. Only flying type. Hello, mother, but please. Please! Hey, camping! Cool! Just please. Let me leave! Let me leave, let me go. I just want to catch. We'll be fine. Please. Just no more lore. Let me just go catch Pokemon. And try to complete the flying Pokemon only thing. Bitte. Okay. Okay, so a lot of flying, yep, a lot of wild Pokemon just wandering about. Okay. Okay, I know that I can catch Combi right away at least. I'm just trying to think of like all the wild Pokemon that I can potentially catch. I could, yeah. I definitely could. Oh, but like almost instantly. Oh, that'd be a very good idea. Ooh. I see special thing over there. I see special thing over there. Yo! The Jupiter. Go. Okay, cool. Not as close. That's as good. Are you? Nope, I'm good, thank you. Cool, sounds good. I need... Now it's much better. Yee, let's go. The Depiter evolution line is really cool, I won't lie. Even though, especially the shiny form too, was like red and black. Looks so cool. Accidentally left stream. Oop. Whoopsies. It happens, no worries. Sonia! Hey! Hello, Sonia. Please just let me... No more lore, no more talk. Please. Just let me find Pokemon to catch. Cool. Cool, let me... Please. Please. Okay, cool, awesome. I need that, thank you. Wait, please. 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 Let me move! Let me move! I wanna move! Yeah. Bah. Antique? Yeah. I think I'd be able to. Okay. Snowy. Oh, nope, you are not a flying type. I'm looking for only flying. Oh, hey, look. Metapod. Gonna evolve you right away. See what? You would probably die. 100%. Metapod is the best Pokemon, I agree. Oh. Hey, welcome back, Carrie. Hope the pasta was good. And all that did like nothing. Oh, all done. Alright. Burn. Oop, water time again. Get P-Dove, it's cute. I don't know where to get him. P-Dove though. I will definitely catch it though. Oh, okay. I don't know where exactly to get it, like what area exactly. But I will 100% catch it though. 100%. The reason why I'm catching a Metapod is because it turns into a flying type when it evolves into Butterfree. Vale's made progress. Are you awake, Carrie? Not really. Yeah, no. Like, it's almost been 2 hours. I have made barely any progress. Barely. Like, barely any. Hardly any. Not many. Not much at all. Not much. Oh wait, this is gonna be a flying type. What do we name? Hey, welcome back. What do we name the Metapod? It turns into a Butterfree, which is Flying Bug. What should we name it? What should we name you? I'm tempted to go with Gerald, and I don't know why. I'm gonna go with Gerald. Gerald, yeah. Gerald. Go fishing, get a Magikarp. Eee. I will. Just wanted to get at least that one first. Alright. Wait, hold on, don't you need, like, being chased? Ah! Hello. My quest is like, get a job at Magikarp. What just happened? I don't know. Yeah, okay. Yee. Moment. Fishing rod, there you go. Can't fish from your bag. Nope. Hold on, I'm being dumb. I'm being an idiot. Oh, it's okay, I'm just being an idiot. It has been like so long since I last played this game, I won't lie. Oh well. But I'm curious about this one. Yeah, I'm just being dumb. I can't tell what that one is. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, no, again, I'm just dumb. I'm so very tired. like, yeah, gotcha. You must carry on the legacy. Where are you? Oh, Wimpod! Okay, you are actually a really good bug type, though. I'm sad that I can't use you. You must continue, Random. You must continue on moving forward for their sake. Big bird. Oh geez, loud bird. Big bird, loud bird. Big bird, loud bird. Big bird. Big bird, loud bird. That does a decent amount of damage. Cool. Super effective. Speed rose. Never said when my Pokemon dies, only if it's important to me. Yeah, that's fair. I know that whenever I do like a Nuzlocke, like like by myself and everything, I get attached so much to my Pokemon. It just makes me sad whenever they die. I get attached very easily. Just extremely easily. Never mind, I don't care. I let his body run the box. Into the box it goes. Box time. Only box. Big Pokemon. Three. At least you release them eventually. Cool. Oh, no nickname. Alright, and then go over to here. Go to boxes. And then you stay there. There we go. Alright. Oop. I'm good. I'm pretty sure. Oh! Gyarados! I want you. Get over here. Fight me. Fight me. Fight me. Fight me. You can catch it. Whoa! I won't lie. Yeah, I knew I knew that, but I was generally not expecting it to be like go like right up against the edge there. Too strong. I can't catch. Too strong. Bird. Any birds? I see bears. I see no birds. My brother broke my Nintendo. No! Aw. Good something. Nope. Oh, that's a lot of Machop. That's a lot of Machop. Demo need name to it. I'm bad with names. I don't know. No, I wanted the bird. Honestly, I have no idea. You know, I'm just bad with names. I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, yes. E. Bird. Bird. You could just call it dragon. Yeah, just dragon. Should be good. I think I'm missing a good name. Yeah, no, that's fair. Oh, yikes. Something tells me that this is not gonna end well. We'll see. Honestly, I'm just bad with names in general. Oh, I caught it. Hey. Speaking of names, what do I name the Wingle? Wingle, water flying. Pickles, will do. Its new name is now Pickles. Done. Pickles. Oh, wait. Pausing. Yes? Pause. I had to finish that, I'm sorry. I wait, I sit. I sit, I wait. Chips. Pickles is the ticket name. Ah, darn. Alright. I guess we will go with chips. Ah. Eeps. There we go. Oh yeah, no. I always call seagulls like trash birds. Because they are just everywhere. Whoa! Nope. Running away. Don't think I should go down that way. Yeah, no, that'd be not a good idea. I'm just gonna go back over here. I wish I had the bike so I can go faster. Oh hey, a Butterfree. Nah, I'm attached to Gerald. Yeah, no, they're really not like anywhere near the sea. No, they are just everywhere. Oh. Oh, oh, one moment. back. I apologize. Let's see. Oh, yep. Wires tangled. Bah. Bah. There we go. What else I got mine? Skills. If it ain't something. That's right, that's fair. I will have to keep that in mind then. Maybe once I get like a Toga kiss, I will have to name it Pickles. Jeez. Was that you? Excuse you. My goodness. Oh! P-Dove, P-Dove, P-Dove. Oh, you get over here. I think it's like a flying normal, I think. If I remember correctly. Called Togekiss Pickles, I gotta regret follow. That's fair. Would it make you feel better if I did it with something about unfollow? That's fair. Would it make you feel better if I did it with Magikarp / Gyarados? Instead of the Togekiss? Catch the bird. I will catch the bird. More birds. All the birds. Bird. More birds. Bird has been caught. Now what do I name bird? Yeah, I should probably get rid of the extra rookity now. E-Dove. Yes. Alright. Ah, gotcha. Oh yeah, no. And then Flygon is dragon. Hold on. I'm being dumb. My brain is being dumb. Give me a moment. Hold on. Give me a moment. Oh yeah, it's a ground dragon. Yeah. Yeah, can't. Alright, I shall name it Tiny. Tiny. Oh. Garbage bird. I don't know. I think I like Tiny Pigeon more. Here we go. Wait, that's how you spell pigeon, right? I'm pretty sure there's. That's how you spell it. Hold on. Double checking. Oh wait, no, I was incorrect. Never mind. Why does it have flying in the name if it doesn't have flying type? Honestly, not a single clue. Tiny tiny pig. Tiny pigeon. Yes. Alright. Tiny pig, tiny pigeon. That's called the tiny pig. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I don't read. I didn't read it. Okay, so we're going with calling it Tiny Pigeon? Tiny Pigeon. And that name will stay. Even when it evolves. Only Tiny Pigeon. Wicked. Okay. And then move that there. Go. E. Whoa! Oh, another one! More pigeon. 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 Okay. Only seeing ice cream cones. Not a whole lot else. Look at this. The red and some. Oh, no, I would feel so bad. Like, dude, I would feel horrible. Like, genuinely. Ooh. Ah. Well. I feel like this game is just mocking me now. Because that is 100% a Trapinch. That evolves into Flygon. Which is not a flying type. The game knows. The game knows. No, I'm tempted just to catch it to name Pickles, but then just never have it leave the box. It stays in the box. In the box it stays. Boxed. You know what? It's gonna stay in the box. I'm catching it. It's staying in the box. Ah! Yeah, boxes are very fancy. Yes, yes, yes. Only the fanciest of boxes for the Trapinch. Maybe? Is that magic? To be honest, I don't know. I did not read. I did not see the Magikarp. Loud bird. Oh my god, that is a Magikarp. That is a Magikarp. Oh hey, there's another flying type too. Okay, well, I didn't look. What to say? Yeah, attack ourselves. Huh. Oh. Well, there goes one. Down he goes. No more. I still can't believe that there was like an actual Magikarp though. Like what? Oh, 07. L. Oh. Well. I am so glad that that they have their focus sashes, cause oh boy. Well then. Oh hey, welcome back. How are you? How the wife? How the kids? I have to name this one Pickles Jr. Sounds good. Will do. Will do. This one will be called Pickles Jr. and it will stay in the box. Never to see. Oh, yeah, definitely. Magikarp for real carried the team. Just round of applause for Magikarp. Round of applause. Alright, so Pickles Junior. Oh, Dragon Claw, nice. Keep that in mind. Eagles Junior. There we go, that works. There we go. That works. Eh. Nope, stop. Thank you. Wicked. In the box. Boxed. Wicked. Alright. Ooh, hello. Tail slap. Lovely. Amazing. Still looking for other flying types. Gotta name it somehow. Pickles Junior. Somehow. Not sure how they're gonna do that. Oh, no, you were. No, that's fighting. Probably. You just baby Pickles. Oh my god. What just happened there? I don't know. Okay. I have a bad feeling. Oh wait, these guys are just psychic types, right? Yeah, Baltoy. I'm pretty sure they're just psychic. I have to double check this. Ground psychic. Okay. Partially right. Just baby Pickles. Itty bitty. So tiny. Kimberly like cucumber and lettuce. I mean, might as well. Just might as well. Oh! Okay, I know that hurt. That hurt. Ah! Junior Pickles. Reverse Junior. So true. Very true, very true. We're just gonna run real quick. And, go this way. Over here. Oh, hey! Ooh, a fancy apple. I need mushroom. The Pickles, technically. Nope. I see no flying. Those guys just keep on spinning. Good for them. Junior. So true. Mushroom. Very true. Ah! Where'd you come from? Where? What? How? Okay. Alright, so huh? Alright. I don't know where you came from, but okay. Nope. 07, Soren. I am very happy that I'm not doing a Nuzlocke. Rah. I am very happy that I'm not doing a Nuzlocke. You know what? Screw you. Oh well, shoot. Oh well, shoot. Ah, I see. We're just gonna run now. We're just gonna run away. Very glad that not doing Nuzlocke. I'm starting to see the flaw in this flying team plan. Yeah, it's definitely a challenge. Let me tell you. Also, to be fair, I'm not really like leveling up any of my Pokemon either, so that's also it too. I'm gonna run past you real quick. And that's also my fault because I'm going into areas where oh, Bounsweet! I actually do kind of want you though. I kind of even though you're just gonna be boxed. You know that every Tapent has amazing. Just more. Oh, that's a water type. Uh-oh. That's a Magikarp. Oh boy. The Magikarp returns. It returns. Odd bird. You know, it don't, well, it definitely wants to be caught, yeah. It really does. Oh, you silly Magikarp. You are not strong against water type. Grass type. Once again, not either. That goes up. Pokemon the movie. Magikarp strike. There you do. Oh. I'm going Eep. Okay. Have a good Eep carry. Oh, Focus Sash again. Have a good Eep carry. Wait, no, I need to say. Wait. Wait, why? Why? Ooh, nice. Just a little bit longer, apparently. Not Mewtwo strike anymore. Not. Nope. No longer Mewtwo's, only Magikarp. Magikarp only. Mewtwo who? CF never returned. Yeah. It's okay, just a bit busy. Imagine staying up so late. I have found that you were also doing that carry though. Just CF hates Veil Real. Aw, that just makes me sad. My little character may be smiling, but I'm crying on the inside. You'll see if it's... will be his last words. Which way am I going? We're gonna continue going. Whoa, going this way. I have a feeling that I should not be over here, but shinies. Ooh, fancy apples. More fancy apples. Nice. Gonna ask if they're right. Okay, sounds good. sounds good. Oh, Swoobat, wait! You. Hold on, what's your level? Oh. Oh. Strong Swoobat. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Alright. And we're just gonna run away now. I have a feeling that I'm definitely not supposed to be here. I know, just tiny bit. Itty bit. It's just tiny bit. Hold on. Let me check to see if it's everyone. Ah, I see. I just a wee bit. Just in. Let's see that. Probably level up a bit. Yeah. Just a tiny bit. just a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit of leveling. Aww. Oh no, not Incy Wincy. No, you're gonna make me sad. Ooh, I do plan on streaming Bug Fables again soon. I just had to find a time for it. Cause it won't be tomorrow. Busy tomorrow, so I can't stream. Maybe Wednesday? Oh. And possibly Wednesday, and it'll just be Bug Fables. Where did you come from? You're adorable. But where? Where did you come from? So close. So close, and then you can sleep soon. Percy Mercury. Slowly losing. Oh good, it happens. It's probably asleep too. Yeah, no, that's fair. It's all good. Oh, they really just blend in with the grass, don't they? Oh, so it was you. Lovely. Okay. Vulpix. I can't tell what Pokemon that is. It is fighting type. I don't know what that is though. This one's bug. Let's see the Florian. No. No Americans. A Malone. Just Honkshoe. Favorite cry. Oh. Americans where? Where are the Americans? Hard to say. Eh. 9 sometimes? How 9? You scream like an eagle. Just eagle noises. A call. You might be bug flying. I want to double check though. Sleeping with straight up daylight outside is underrated. I mean, I think I can see the appeal of it. I don't know, just when it's bright, I can't. No. I can't sleep when it's bright. I can't sleep when it's bright out. It has to be dark. bug flying. I'm catching you. Just to see. Well, I guess not then. We have false sweep too. There you go. Let's sleep the heat away. Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair. You know, that I can get why you would sleep during the day. Then if it's like really hot, you know, just go to sleep. Ooh. Ah. I see. Tiny pigeon, you come here. The failure collecting insomniacs. Honestly, I'm not surprised. I'm a little bit of an insomniac myself. I am like 100% insomniac as well. Just insomniacs and non-Americans apparently. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's fair. I think there's only like one American that I know. Like, that I actually know and everything. Oh, you go sleep? Okay. Have a good eep. Has a huge flex, no Americans in chat. Bye bye, Pip. This ninjask. I swear. I swear. Just be caught. Stop being difficult. Stay in the ball. Gosh darn it. Stay in the Pokeball. You better stay. Yeah, no, P-Dub's not gonna make it. But it will if the ninja stays or not. Alright. Well, 07. 07 P-Dub. 07 Tiny Pigeon. Oh, very close. Like on like 1 HP. You better stay in the Pokeball. I swear to the gods. Good choice. Good choice. Whoop. Level up. Level 15. Nice. Ooh, bug flying. Okay, cool. Its cry leaves lasting headache if heard for too long. And quickly it's invisible. I'm gonna name this headache. No, I'm just naming this Pokemon headache. Because it causes headaches, and it is a headache. Perfect. Kidding. I'll do it, I know, right? What are you? Yeah, sure. Ooh! So mean. To be fair, it was annoying. I was gonna name it annoying. But you know, yeah, oh no, definitely. Oh, look at my birds! Oh, then there's that one. Darn. Oh. Ah. Bird. I do feel like a tiny bit bad. Like Like poor Gerald is just he's trying his best. Look at my birds, and then there's that one. I do feel like it's slightly bad though. Yeah, wait, hold on. Let's do some cooking. Let's do some cooking. Hold on. Yes, fancy. Is BTTV fixed? Somewhat? Give or take. Wasn't working earlier in stream. If you're talking about last stream, yes. Oh, no, sorry, I got distracted. I bet. You know, some work, some don't. I'm still like kind of trying to figure out how to fix things and everything. Showing a word like an hour ago. Wait, what? Oh my god, it has been 2.5 hours? Oh. Yeah, no, I just realized that was like 2.5 hours. When the world is this? What is going on? Time is irrelevant. Eh. A little wingle. Look at them. All happy. Ooh, better apple curry. Cool. I love the little Rookie-D's face. Like, oh. Nom 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 nom. Come on, attack, attack, attack. Get it. Get it. Get it. Yeah, get it. Oh, it's so angry. Oh my god, you're so angry. So angry. Hey, hello. Hello, Gerald. Do you want it? You want it? Get it. Get it. Get it. Just in my mind when this is happening, they're just repeatedly just body slamming. Like how they're yeah. You know, the other two are just they're just around. You know, they're just over there. And these two are just going at it. They're just so angry. So angry. So angry. Get it. Get it. Oh? Go get it. I have a feeling I know who's gonna get it. Oh, alright. Didn't know I just had to go the long way around. Oh. Just carrying in his beak. Thank you. Just... Alright, alright. Now... I think we're done. Level up. Must learn the move pluck. That is... Yeah, I'll replace that. Ta-da! And let's see. Gerald grew level 10. Is Gerald gonna evolve? Let's go! Evolve. Gerald is evolving! Finally! Gerald has evolved! Let's go! Look at Gerald. So magnificent. Amazing. A bug flying. Yay! Gerald can now be used. Yeah. Oh, I do like Snowrun. Yeah, let's go. Wait, which way do I go? I'm going this way. I hear ice. Oh, look at that, another Butterfree. And then there's you. Who are you? Cook. Give me potatoes. Thank you for potatoes. Burger. 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 Fried food. Wait, no, 2. That's wicked. Cool. Alright, I thought I heard something. Just could ignore that. Wicked. Alright. Alright, what? Hello, Metapod. Wicked. I'll have to try and get a Magikarp. I believe Carrie is asleep. SMH, how dare Carrie get healthier? SMH. Pat. Oh. Hello? Very oh, I cannot catch this one. It is a bird. It is a bird with just eyes that I've seen far too much. What is it doing? I have no idea. Not a single clue. It's flying? It's also very strong though. Oh no. Oh. Okay then. Alright. I guess. Alright, we are just gonna ignore what happened. I'm just confused now. Oh. Thank you for leaving, I guess? The one time I wanted a Magikarp. I just... Thank you? Question mark? Just odd. Yeah, it's technically flying. Technically. I don't know how though. I say magic. That is how. Just magic. Flying is just swimming through the air. True. That's very true. Nah, I'm good. No! Not the party. No. Refuse. Stay out. No. No more. No. Cool. Oop! Shiny. I have no idea how I saw that. Bah! Magikarp. The one time that I want a Magikarp. Please. Ita. Thank you! Magikarp. Magikarp. This is good, this is good. Yes, yes. Magikarp. Yee! Okay, here comes the one thing though. What do we name the Magikarp? What shall be the name of this fish that turns into a flying water fish apparently? Oh wait, hold on. Hold on. You have false swipe. You do. Aha. As tempting as it is to name it just Carp, because that's all that I name Magikarps whenever I get one, it's just Carp. Hiccups. Sorry. Ow. Oof. Ouch. I mean, to be fair, Magikarp ended up being a very strong Gyarados. He spited you. He's like, see? Look at me. Look at me. I am not useless. Yo. Wicked. Oh no! Oh no, Clay, how could you? SMH. The self-esteem, Clay. Alright, let's see. I know you turn into a Gyarados later on. What do I name? Park? Yes. Its name is now Park. Cannot be Carp. We will call it Park. Yes, yes. Perfect. Perfect. Wicked. We now have our team. It's definitely gonna need some adjusting. Because there would be Park the Magikarp. So true. I know there's definitely gonna have to probably get rid of Chips later on. Most likely also gonna have to get rid of these three as well. Alright, but we do have a full team now, which is decent. And everyone is like relatively-ish the same level. Alright. Go. Wait. Gonna save. Gonna save. Saving. 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 Panic. Panic. Where are you? Spend. Oh. keep you in mind. Cool. Camping out on camping needs. Oh, can I carry? Can I carry? Alright, good night. Oh yeah, Carrie just wanted to make sure that they got to like 50k points, and they were waiting. Wait, has it? Oh my god, it has been like 2 hours and 44 minutes. Leave already. Madge, Carrie, leave. Go get sleep. Go get sleep, Madge. Oh wait, no, don't do that. Now you're gonna make me feel bad. Carrie, it is okay, Carrie. Pat. You just need sleep. Ah. just go bed. Yes, sis. Hope you have good eeps. Wah. Cutscene. New city. Let's go. Wee. Yeah, but if we're gonna eat, have a good night, Gary. Have a good night. Hope you sleep well. Sonia, I like you, but please, no. Just calling out the VOD watchers. This way. Good night. Good night, kitty. Bye bye. Oh yeah, I forgot about league cards. Gulp. Oh, I forgot. I was having so much fun just going through. Kara's so wise. I learned all the BTT I know from them. Yo, they're BTTV. Ugh, words. So wise, very wise. Who are you? No. Nope. Yep. Mostly because I don't want to take part in the gym challenge, but you're gonna make me anyway. I forgot that I had stuff to sell. I'm zooming through the dialogue. Zoom in.
Beautiful.
Oh my god!
Damn, look at my fucking forehead. Fuck. That motherfucker on slow mode. Gotta go.
Hi, Rice.
Hello. I'm gonna stay this time.
Okay, sounds good. I won't lie, you made me jump both times now. Oh no! And now Clay is just canonically dead. Asame Takudi Rice.
Motherfucking damn!
Swole
My
mode.
fucking forehead! Fuck!
Swole mode,
That
gotta go.
motherfucker on dad mode, gotta go! Me when I murder someone.
Me when murder. Murder? Generally, though, you did make me jump out of my seat. So many times. SMH.
I'm so silly, I'm so silly.
So silly, so silly.
I'm so silly.
Me when murder, and it's just big owl eyes. Yeah. Just big.
Does my character have owl eyes?
Yes.
I love doing that.
Just solidifying the point.
Yep. I mean, it's supposed to be like a goldfish gaze.
Mhm.
But I mean, if it's an owl, if it can be an owl gaze too, then I mean, hell yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Haha, emote fail.
Be nice.
No.
Just no.
Ooh, sideswept waves is kind of banger.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make it like the darkest blue color you can.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah. I'll be honest, when I first played this game and I didn't have my hair cut or dyed,
Hmm.
and I didn't think about dyeing my hair, I originally had it as like the longer cut with like the 2 strands going in front of the shoulders.
Mm. Yeah.
But then I was just like, I'm keeping the normal hair.
I
And
like
then
this
just
film.
changing it to pink. Well, that's a nice blue color, oh my god.
Oh, I know, right? I think that's like the only blue that I can go though. And honestly, I like it.
Base blue. Which
Oh,
is the
to-
brightest, most annoying hair color. Well, what would that be? Would it be highlighter pink? People seem to hate that.
I'll probably just white like this.
What about highlighter yellow?
Oh no.
I think people have done that before.
I think so?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, no, I definitely would not be surprised either. I haven't really seen much of highlighter yellow, but then again, I also live in a area.
I live in a... I was about to just straight up say it, that people would be able to guess it immediately, but...
No.
I live in a very...
Conservative.
Yeah.
There we go. Just consider.
Dude, wait until you have access to every clothing shop. You're gonna spend all your money at those.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. I'm already spending all my money on just hair and makeup right now.
I mean, the first thing I did when I got into this town was, what's that? Customization? Okay, yeah.
Yep, customize AO.
I love how the thick eyebrows make you look so concerned.
Mm-hmm. Just. Wait, what? What? Huh?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? One step closer to
Thin
Canyon.
eyebrows are so cute. Wait.
They're tiny.
It looks like when people draw eyebrows as like little ovals.
Yeah.
I love when people do that. It's so cute.
Mm. Wait.
Anyway, how are we all doing? I forgot to say that, I think. How are we all doing today?
Doing good. It's going slightly crazy because it took like almost 2 hours to get through like all the cutscenes and the opening stuff.
Oh.
And
Yikes.
Yeah. And I still have yet to even like go to the opening ceremony to actually start the gym challenge.
Yeah, the story bit's a bit long.
Yeah, down a bit.
I still love the game though, so I mean.
Yeah. Oh my god, staring into my soul. Look at that.
I think your eyes are the soul, actually. I think you took it and they are your eyes.
Yep.
Dude, the effect eyes are crazy. You should use one of those ones.
Wait, which one?
Go to the very bottom.
Oh. One in the world.
Dude, use the blue star one. That's so you. That's so you, Core.
This one?
I mean, what others are there?
Lovely Hearts, which is just pink, burning passion, which is just literal fire.
Literal fire.
Almost 3 hours in. Is it really? It is. And then there's just void. Just darkness.
Wait, what? Multicolor swirl.
Oh
at
my
that one.
god.
Pride.
Oh my god, let's go.
Pride.
Pride eyes, let's go. Then there's
You
just
should just
that.
go to the crazy eyeballs. They're so funny.
Honestly, I just might. I would go for this one, but honestly, I'm tempted to just go for this one. And
That's
just
fair.
the star-studded.
I wanted to go originally, I think, for the heart one, but I was way too distracted by it and I couldn't pay attention like the whole time I was playing when I had it, so I was like, no, we're changing it back to a regular.
Honestly, that is completely fair. You know, that's very fair. There we go. So silly. Wicked.
Like, what kind? How can you see through those contacts?
Not a single clue. I have no idea.
That is horrifying. Oh my god.
It is.
Turn around.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Wicked. This works. Let's go.
Well, let me turn up the quality real fast because my quality's kind of low.
Mm.
God, it's so bright. Oh my
It's
god.
very bright. Anything? Ah, no. Oh, I can't even see it, bruh.
Maybe
Yes.
because of the first jacket.
Yeah.
Dude, the varsity jackets are beautiful. I love them so much.
Yee! Really good. I'm gonna try and go for like flying. I should do kind of like that one. Though.
What, the blue varsity jacket?
Yeah.
It matches.
It does. It's mine now.
I've taken it.
It's mine. No more. No, no, no. Then I can wait on shirt. No. No skirt, only pants.
Dude, those pants are... Why?
I have no idea. Eh.
I mean, I'm assuming you get just like plain shirt and pants so you can change into those, not just have the dress on. I would hope.
Yeah, you think. I think I'm just gonna go with this just for now, though.
Yeah. I mean, if you save up your money, you can buy the flying fit from the gym once you join the gym challenge, and then you can use that for like underneath the varsity jacket.
I could. Then
Oh my god, it was I just saw the Wicked sunglasses. Hell yeah.
wait.
Also, by the way, if you want the
Go.
square glasses but not sunglasses, I'm pretty sure that's in the first town.
Honestly, yeah, it probably is. Alright. Yep, all done. Slowly becoming more canon. Yeah, buy money. Yeah, goodbye money. I
Bye,
did.
money, no more.
I didn't need you anyway.
Well, hold on, what's your league card look like?
I haven't done anything yet with it, so it's just quite literally,
Just you standing there?
yeah. Yeah.
Look at how you used to look.
Look at how I used to look.
Look at where you came from, look at you now.
And now look at me. I came out of the closet.
Yeah, guys, when you come out of the closet, you get eyes like that. You know you want it, right?
So long ago. Ah. Charizard.
Oh my god. Oh my god, it's Leon.
Oh, yes. Oh, jeez.
My other husband.
The shorts guy.
Should I tell chat my current love?
Go for it.
It's not my maid channel, so people aren't gonna know.
Yeah?
So for some reason, my brain has decided to just be infatuated with Detective Gumshoe from Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney.
He's such a failure. He's so pathetic.
He's such a fucking loser, but he tries his best, and I love him.
Mm-hmm. He tries his best.
You are so real for that, Clay. I'm glad you understand.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I saw his design and was like, okay, that's a pretty good design.
Mm.
And then I saw, like, his personality, how much of a fucking how much of a failure he was, and how much he just sucked at his job.
Mm.
And I was like, okay, here we go again. And then I was watching streams where people would like actually like properly voice the characters, and then they gave him like the one voice I imagined that he would have, and just went, okay, yeah, you know what, he's mine now.
See this guy? This guy right here? He's mine. Mine. Doink.
Anyway, let's try playing Salmon Run again and hope to God that I can actually get people who can play, please. I went down to professional.
Oh no, Rice. No. You have fallen.
I've fallen from Gray.
No. I've fallen.
Yeah, anyway, Gumshoe is my husband, and if anyone tries to take him, your grave is calling.
I will personally dig your grave.
I will.
Just digging your grave as we speak. Planning all the funeral arrangements. I don't think you'll have much competition.
That's good.
That's good. No competition, no funerals to plan.
That shit's expensive. I don't want to do that.
Oh yeah, no, just... That is so expensive. Oh, I can't get over my character's eyes. Oh my god. They're so bright.
I mean, you can always change it. It's only $1,000.
That is true, but it's also $1,000.
$1,000 I could put towards clothes.
Exactly.
Honestly, if you play Pokemon and the place that you spend the most money isn't at clothing stores, you are not playing the game right. I'm sorry. It's just like the objective truth.
Mm-hmm. It could also just be Pokeballs as well, because
Nope.
it's shiny hunting and everything. Shiny hunting made me go crazy. Crazy? That's
Okay.
crazy once.
It locked me in a room. A rubber room.
Rats.
Make me crazy.
Spend so much money just on dye. Exactly.
Wow, okay. Wow. Yeah, we lost.
Oh, yikes. Oh, wait, hold on. What is the national dex number of the Rickety? Hold on. Rickety.
I mean, if you want to
National.
get specific, you'll have to look up the Pokedex number for the game because it changes.
Mm-hmm. I'm going with Cerebi because that and Bulbapedia is like pretty accurate.
Yeah.
One yep. 821. Wicked. Done. 821. Wicked. Wait, can I... You. I don't like you. And then there's you. We get gobsmacked. Tiny bit. Alright. And now we go. And hopefully just... please stop stopping me every like 10 seconds. I beg. Please. Yeah, more plot. More plot.
I don't care about the lore.
I don't care. Please stop stopping me every 10 seconds, I beg! Please? So much. It's too much. Alright, here we go. Whee! Into the inn. Oh, and there's Team Yell. I see Team Yell in the background, causing a ruckus. Sonia. What's this then? Hop, can't you tell? It's a statue.
What's always then?
What was all this then?
Yeah, you have to remember that this dude is probably very Scottish.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. He's so silly, Hoppy. Hop is so silly.
Either that or very British, considering that he's like more north.
Very true. Well, to be fair, if it's anything like the UK, you just travel like 10 miles any direction. They change accents completely for 10 minutes. Hey, welcome back, random. Welcome back. What? We have moved forward in the plot, and I have changed clothes.
That's how you signify that you've moved forward.
Exactly, just a little bit of...
Just a little bit more customization.
Yeah. Oh, nice! Character development. You did it. Let's go. Over one hurdle in completing your Nuzlocke challenge. Bruh. Bruh. Few more deaths on the counter though. Oh, ouch. Oh, 7. You did good though. I will say, Team Yell's music is very good. Burn, 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 burn. Burn, 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 burn. Are Team Yell all siblings? Maybe? I
don't think
wouldn't
they're all
be-
siblings.
no.
I just think they really like this dude's younger sister. I'd rather they just really like that guy, and they're like, yeah, your sister's cool too.
Yeah. Just, you know what? You're cool. Your sister's cool too. Oh wait, if that guy only had one Pokemon. Oh. I was suspecting more. Whoops. Give me your money. Thank you. Another one. Burn, 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 burn. Hiccups. I felt that coming, no. I feel bad for one-shotting all their Pokemon. Just a little bit bad. Just a tiny bit. Tiny bit. Not by much, though.
I'm begging people to please remember that they have their specials.
Please. It's okay, they're not birds. Oh, so true. So true, Clay. They're not birds, I don't feel bad.
Oh, thank God, finally winning a round. Holy shit.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, Cozy.
Oh.
Oh,
Well.
sorry, Ouroboros. Never mind.
Oh, lovely. I just thought of something really mean I could do. I won't do it, but I'm tempted to. I could just beat up Hops Boogaloo.
Oh my God, you're evil.
I know, that's why I won't do it. Just know that it's too mean. Do it? No. Just for now, Hops Boogaloo is just an honorary bird. Just a very, very floofy bird. Floofy bird. Very tempting. Do it, do it, do it. No, I refuse. It's so tempting, but no, I won't. Oh. You can do this, Rice. You do it.
We literally can't. For like, this person who has like the fucking bamboo gun has been just shooting Ouroboros straight on and not getting any eggs
Oh no.
the entire time.
Bruh. Clay, don't boo at me. I wouldn't be mean to Hop.
You can't be mean to Hop, it's a law.
It's the law. Can't be mean to Hop. If it was, what's his name?
Bead?
Yeah, if it was Beat, absolutely. 100%.
Yeah, no, I'd fucking rock his shit in, dude. He'd be done.
You know, just 100% be mean to Leon. I will. Absolutely.
No!
Yes.
No! Don't do that, he's so hot. Don't do that.
I'm sorry, Rice, but my eyes are only for Sonya.
No!
Lee must go down.
In canon, Vale's character would definitely make a bet with Leon, being like, she's mine if I win.
Yeah, probably.
It's canon.
Yep, canon now. 100% canon. No.
I'm playing with someone named Sorry Kid 69.
Sorry, kid? You think they're sorry boy fan?
No, I think they're just saying sorry, kid.
That makes much. That makes
Nothing
much
personnel.
Sorry, kid. Not personal. I don't care.
Oh, I just got knocked into the water.
Oh no.
I hate small fry.
In a small fry, not fun. Boy. What is he doing? Why? He's practicing his throws. I guess.
Yep. Cause he thinks he's hot shit with those throws.
Yep. Little does he know, he's not. Let him dream. Fine, I will. I will let him dream.
You know that one song from Sharkwood Love Girl? It's like dream, dream, dream. That one.
Yep.
Let him do
Dream,
that.
dream, dream. Close your eyes, shut your mouth, dream a dream and get us out. Dream, 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 dream. Oh my god, that unlocked memories. I don't know. I don't know. That's like almost. Yes, no, that song is in his playlist 100%. 100% in his playlist.
Unironically too.
Yep. No,
That's actually the song that he's throwing the ball to. That's the beat of it.
Yep. A the gym uniform. For the uniform. Wicked. I have the song stuck in my head now. Rice, what have you done? Smile. No, this game would be a lot better if it had voice acting. Especially for
Honestly, yeah.
yeah.
Like, they need to. I genuinely still don't understand why they have, like, the whole, like, they are all quiet, but they have, like, dialogue and their mouths move.
I have no clue. And not a single clue. Bad guy? Yeah. Yeah, he's bad guy. It looks cool, but very much bad guy. Capitalist.
Yeah, capitalism is the real villain.
Yeah.
The fact that that's not even like 100% wrong, and I hate it so much.
Oh yeah, no, it's not 100% wrong.
It's like it genuinely feels like a capitalism is the real villain kind of plot, but also like a weird form of like generational trauma that instead of stuff that happened like years ago is instead stuff that happened in the future that is apparently the issue.
Oh hey Rice, look, it's Milo. Pokemon versus
Hello.
capitalism. Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Hold on, where's the other guy? Where's Gordy?
Coming up
Say
next,
word.
I think. Wait. Oh no, that's Opal. There he is. Gordy. Amazing.
I'm literally in the middle of a Splatoon game.
No! Rice, the Splatoon! Please!
Nuh-uh!
Oh, I've also bought more weapons in Splatoon. I'm gonna try out.
Ooh.
I think one of them is the N-Zap 89, I think?
Ooh, that one's good.
Gonna try and
Owie! I
expand.
just died.
No, not the dieted.
There are 3 stingers right now.
Oh.
Holy shit!
Oh no.
Who let this happen?
Who was it? Who was it?
Everyone at Big Nintendo.
Mhm. Big Nintendo SMH.
Leon looking at Rose with the like most dead gaze.
just no thoughts. Just only thought just bird.
His only thoughts just
Tarzan.
I love how the moment you like talk to him, you immediately know that Rose is like the worst person.
Yep. I know, absolutely. Like 100%.
Like the first time I saw him, I'm like, you are not a good person.
No, you look cool, but you are definitely not a good person. No, no, no.
He seems to be in high spirits.
I wonder why. He's like an old Disney villain. You immediately notice he's bad. Absolutely. 100%. Let me go. Let me go.
Honestly, I'm kind of glad that they made him like obviously not a good guy.
Mm-hmm.
Cause then when it turns out he's doing this whole thing, you're not even surprised, and you're like, yeah, no, I'm surprised no one saw this coming.
Just like, wow, just no one
Oh
else
yeah,
saw
I also
this.
completely forgot. Isn't there like literally like the confrontation between Leon and Rose literally just like a PNG image instead of like an animation of them talking?
I think so.
So shit, I love it.
I think so, yeah. Like, it's endearing. I won't lie, this game is endearing.
It's like an endearing kind of bad, but also like
Like, come on.
Nintendo should be funding Game Freak a lot more than they are right now so that they can make more Pokemon games because like come on, right?
Like, if anything, Pokemon is like their main,
It's like one of their main sources of money.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god, Cootie! Oh my god!
Oh my god, Cootie.
Oh my
I
god!
should finish Cootie's thing actually. I'll do it after this round. I just need to get my super bonuses. Cootie, do you like the thing I made? Cootie, do you like it?
Cootie, do you like it?
Do you like the silly?
The city.
Glad you noticed whose jacket that was.
Oh my god, 2 nerds. I'm looking at one right now. Cootie.
I'm looking at one right now.
Just stare. Yes, so much love. Yee. Burn. Now we're in the middle of the field. But we're on a bridge. Apparently not. The little square gave it away. It's only the little square, nothing else.
Only this tiny ass square that I added because I'm like, oh, that's a detail on the jacket.
Just wanna make just gotta make sure that it has that little square and only that square, nothing else. Yay! Shiny bird. I went crazy looking for this bird. I had over like yeah, 2,000 wild encounters, and then with permission from chat, I Masuda method it. Did the Masuda method on my main account, which took like 33 eggs. 33 eggs out of the 2,000 wild encounters. I'm still mad about that. Very little time, yes. Fine, they're not gonna help you look for shiny Pokemon. Good luck. Good luck finding shiny Pokemon on your own, Gritty. I'm not helping. L. Pet. Man, I don't think I've ever I don't think you've ever told me the answer, Cootie. But what is your favorite shiny Pokemon? A Rookity, you say? Look at this Rookity. This Rookity is better than yours. Haha. Goodra? Okay.
A rookie, do you say? Well, mine's cooler.
Mine sparkles. L.
Mine's shiny. I put glitter on it.
It's shiny. That's glitter. Wait, no? The hiccups. Pausing. Pausing. I think Cootie is looking up the Pokemon. Ah, level up. Any pigeon. The shiny is evolving.
Holy shit.
Oh my god. Rayquaza. I mean, that is fair. It's pretty good shiny. Yo, Goldbird has turned into Silverbird. Yo. Silverbird. Evolution. Okay, Cootie, here's another question. What is your favorite shiny that's not legendary or mythical? It don't sparkle. To be fair, it does sparkle. It still sparkles, no worries. It still sparkles, it's okay. Still have sparkle. It still sparkle. Cool. Wait. Very good. No. I need to heal Pokemon. Wait, is Flapple? Flapple flying?
I think he's flying. I think he might be flying dragon.
I'm gonna have to try and get that one too. Vulpix, hello. Garbage. Oh! No.
I actually want to check.
That's right, a Swablu. That's fair. Swablu is just egg.
Oh no, he is a grass dragon. I thought he was flying.
Oh, okay. Oh well. Oh, good. To be fair, with... Oh.
I can just look like flying Pokemon in Pokemon Sword and see if there's like a really specific list.
I don't know if there's like a specific...
There is.
Oh?
There's just a list.
Amazing. Lovely. I know that I'm gonna try and get Togekiss later on. Cause that's fairy. Or flying fairy.
Yeah.
Yeah, the shiny Swablu is a beep. He's a beep. Beep beep.
If you want a dragon flying, apparently Noivern is a dragon flying.
Yee.
And the Corviknight's a steel flying.
Oh yeah. I know that... Oh, my brain. The Corviknight I have down. Biz Rickety and everything. I know that Noivern I think is in a different wild area. Or I can't catch it quite yet, at least. I don't think.
I know that they're in caves, which I think there is one coming up, so you might be able to catch it.
Oh yeah, I know that there's Swablu. Wait, no, not Swablu. Swoobat. Swoobat evolves into a flying psychic, so I would be able to use that. Ow. Oop, shiny. Shiny. Ooh. Hello.
What are you just skirting right by him?
Just I no thank you. Goodbye. I go around. I think I have to beat this kid up.
Oh yeah.
I
That's definitely like a you have to kill this child.
Yeah. This child. I have to beat
Also,
up.
dude, the
Rob.
fucking code I got for my catalog yesterday, dude. I love it so much.
Yo. Oh, little bug guy.
Kill him!
Only flies, you're gonna murder bugs? No, absolutely. I feel tiny bit bad. No bug will stand a chance. Ow. I feel a tiny bit bad. Oh, 7. Oh, more bugs you say? Well, Well, I hate to tell you this, but
I only have flying.
I have only flying types. It was nice knowing you. I'm every bug catcher's worst nightmare. Like, oh god. This kid is gonna cry. Oh, no, absolutely. I feel bad. Oh, level up again.
You remember that one person who only got flying types? Oh gosh.
Okay. Oh. Why that bug look like a sci-fi tent? Not a clue. But to be honest, with that evolution line, they're trying to go for like a more sci-fi, science-y bug type thing because it's a bug psychic. Which I'm not gonna lie, it's a pretty cool thing. Or at least cool, combination. What nerds? This is the largest nerd of all, Cootie. You.
Points.
Points. It's in the alien caterpillar Pokemon box, so but they are so weird. No, they're just odd. It's very odd. Get into the cave to get a Swoobat. Give me my Swoobat. Give me my flying. Oh, but there's your Rock'n'Rolla! I love these little guys! Look at them! Look at them! They're adorable! I can't get them. Oh, I can't use them. Kill? No. I feel so bad, but eh. I especially love the shiny form from Rock'n'Rolla. I feel like it's fun evolution shiny. It's so pretty! Oh. Very pretty. Burn, burn. Burn, 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 Pocket sand. Like, uh-oh, what to use against bird? Pocket sand. The perfect counter.
Fail, I was too silly in my game.
Uh-oh, what happened?
I went behind the team and was silly, and then they found me and killed me.
No! It's too silly. You must tone down the silly rice.
Dude, doing that is like telling me to stop being gay, dude.
You know what? That's fair. That's very fair. Oh, shiny. Nice, shiny. My shiny. Pride month is over, can't be gay anymore. SMH.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Wait, no one told me that Pride month was over. Uh-oh. I broke the law.
I'm overdue!
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Yo, then I'll give you the sound effect. Here you go.
Oh no!
Amazing. No, just let me get to the spool bat. Back of the closet, quick, run, hide. Quick before they find out.
Me going back into closet.
Is being dragged in there by your ankles.
Friend
No.
Request received. Who's adding me? Who's trying to? What's going on over here?
Ooh,
Who sent me? Who sent me a friend request?
who would it be? Who is it?
Dude, I have 6 friend requests. I'm so popular.
Yo, let's go. Popularity growing by the second. Speed. No more Drillbur. 07.
Elbozo.
L. Okay, and then there's the swool bat.
Dude, Pikmin comes out in like 4 days.
Yay.
Dude.
And in 4 days, I will no longer be able to see you.
You will not be hearing from me, ever.
No.
I'm going to play Pikmin 4 then die. Say your final goodbyes, Jack.
Say your final goodbyes. This is the last time you'll see Rise. It was nice knowing you, Rise 07.
Also, I love how for shiny Pokemon, they always have to do that, like, 2-second animation before fight starts. Like, hold on.
Like, hold on.
We have to show you that this Pokemon is quirky and not like the other Pokemon.
Have to show that they are quirky.
Dude, guys, this Pokemon is too silly.
It's too silly. Clay said I won't miss the jump scares 07.
Are you sure about that?
Bruh. Why? That's a mage. You're so mean. Oh, jeez. Loud.
Okay, don't worry, I'll use an actually funny
A
one.
beautiful black. Damn! Look at my fucking forehead. Fuck. That motherfucker on swole mode. Gotta go.
Gotta go.
Gotta go.
Ooh, what do we name the Woobat? It evolves into Swoobat. Oh, Clay said that they will miss that one though.
Good. That's my favorite one.
Gotta go.
Name it. It's a dude. Name it.
yeah.
Name it. Name it Fushigi. After the Fushigi ball.
Quirky.
Hold on.
Fuzzy
Let me
ball.
look up. Let me look up Fushigi. Fushigi.
Hey! Nice! I got it. I had like Fushig. E. So that one is it. Quirky. Fuzzy ball.
It's Fushigi.
Fujig.
You know, the ball they claimed was like magic.
Hmm. Alright, now who do I send? I think I should send Gerald. I'm sorry, Gerald.
I just
uh,
realized
Uh-huh.
you named your. I just realized you named your pet of Tiny Pigeon.
Uh-huh.
Why? And
Uh.
why is the Magikarp named Park?
Cause it evolves into Gyarados, which is flying, so I didn't want to name it just Carp. Even though I was gonna name it
You
Carp.
could have named it Parker.
Nah, I like Carp. I like Park.
It's like
Also,
naming a. It's like naming a child a brick.
Yep. Hold on, who do I get rid of? There's Gerald, Chips, Tiny Pigeon, Headache, Park. Actually, no, not Headache. Headache has
I mean,
False Swipe.
you want to start like molding your Pokemon to the next gym you're going in, right?
Yeah,
Aren't
but
you going? Aren't you going to the leaf one?
Yes, the grass one, yeah. Next Pokemon Brick, maybe. Yep. Yeah, it's Milo, so it's gonna be Brick. Which, to be fair, Soren should be able to take out very easily. I won't lie.
Bug, fire, flying, ice, poison. That's gonna be Breeze for you. Get it? Breeze, win. Joke.
Joke. Wait, flying, you say? Ayo?
It's weak against flying, yeah.
100%
Also,
my
guys,
team
I said a
then.
joke. Laugh, laugh. Yeah, there it is. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Good job, thank you, chat. Yeah.
Yeah. Joke. I might just have to get rid of Gerald. I might just have
No
to
more
get rid-
Gerald.
No more Gerald. I'm sorry, Gerald.
Bye bye, Gerald.
Yeah, because there's double. Because this is going to be flying water. And then there's Chips, which is flying water. Yeah.
I mean, for now, I'd say get rid of one of the water ones for the grass gym. At least for now.
True. Alright, fine. Gerald can stay a little bit longer. Chips is going bye-bye.
Bye bye, Chips.
Bye-bye, Chips.
W Fushigi.
Let's go. Oh yeah, I forgot. I need to heal my Pokemon real quick. Doodaloo. Doodaloo.
Also, I'm gonna have to like send you a site because they made. I'm assuming you haven't watched the Owl House still, right?
I have not yet, no.
But whatever. There's a creature in it called an owl beast,
Uh-huh.
and they made a plush of it. And it was really cute, but I couldn't buy one at the time because they were really expensive. But they released B grade ones, so I bought one of those for like half the price.
Nice.
It's like an 11-inch. It's very small.
Itty bitty. So tiny. Wait, hold on.
There's a plushie of owl beast. It's fan made. It's not official.
Fan idea. Rose, please
And also, dude, hold on, sorry. Keep going.
Do you see just the flat Diglett?
Hold on, wait, don't go past it yet. Hold on, I have to screenshot this.
I know you're good. Flat. Me one.
Dude, that is so me one. You're so right. Look at that.
Is me one.
Here, hold on, I'll put it in chat.
Oh wait, hold on. Oh yeah, I forgot you're a mod.
I'm a mod.
I forgot about that.
Look at that. Look how flat that is, chat. You see that shit?
He's so flat. So flat.
But
Took me so long to
dude,
do it. It's
YouTube's is
okay.
releasing a puppy cat plush, and I'm so mad. I'm so mad because I really want it because it's puppy cat, but it's Mewtwo's.
Oh yeah.
And I'm very tempted to just shove aside all of my morals for this fucking plush.
But it's also YouTube's, but also
Yeah, but it's
Puppy
actually
Cat.
like a decent design.
Wait,
But it's still YouTube's.
It's still YouTube's. Wait, Cootie, do you mean the link that Rice sent? It's flat Diglett.
It's flat Diglett.
Yeah, just me one.
Also, look, it's the fucking cringe ass spoiled brat baby
Oh hey.
who's also very endearing in weird ways.
Just not
Look
right
at
now
him.
though.
He's a fucking dick. But then he becomes very flamboyant, and I'm like,
Character development.
I like his hair. You would. I just
like-
realized how symmetrical it is.
Yeah, it's very symmetrical. I don't know how to feel about that.
Yeah, I don't know how to feel.
Hmm.
I like his clothes. They get better.
They get better, no worries.
Only at the end of the game, though.
Unfortunately. Oh.
Hey, Cootie, are you sure about that?
Rice, please. I know I think I know what you're gonna do, but please.
Cootie, are you sure about that?
Rice, please, no.
Cootie, do you see my weapon? Do you see it?
I may or may not have given Rice a weapon. Please be careful.
do you see? Do you
The
see it?
character development through the clothes, I know, right?
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, there we go. That's using your powers for evil, I see.
Yeah.
Also, can I just say, his music, very nice.
Oh yeah, no, it goes hard.
Ah, I see. I want to see him cry. Same.
He like borderline does later, so don't worry.
Yeah. Also,
I'm
the
just not
fact
gonna say
that
why.
yeah. Also, the fact that his theme literally just has someone yelling bit his name. I can never figure out how to pronounce his name.
Hold on, I'm gonna look it up.
Alright, sounds good.
It's literally like a top search result. It is Bead. I just looked it up.
Bead, okay. Hey, level 20, nice. Let's do just like a tiny bit of a switch.
I'm so glad I was pronouncing it right. I was really worried I wasn't. I was gonna have to be like, well, I don't care.
Oh, it's too late. Gonna keep on pronouncing it bead. Maybe use this one. Ah! Oh, hello. Uh-oh. Confusion.
What? Whoa.
Uh-oh. That's good. We're just gonna heal someone real quick.
Dude, I don't know what it is about characters in this game who just do not have compassion sense, but like, what's going on there? Dude bought Gucci, smacked it all together, and went, "This is the shit."
Pretty much. No! Wait, how did you hit yourself? Did you just like faceplant into the ground?
I mean, it tried using air cutter, I'm assuming is what you tried using?
Yeah.
The slices weren't far enough.
Oh no.
It's honestly very in character though, yeah.
Yeah, no, definitely.
This isn't a secret, but he's like the chairman's like, what's the word for like up and coming? I'm trying to remember.
Air?
Not heir, because that's like heir to the throne, and that's not good enough for him, apparently. But yeah, he's like next in line kind of thing. To the chairman. So he has lots of money.
Chairman. Oh, successor.
Successor!
Yeah.
There you go. He's like the successor. Also, I keep thinking about it. I'm like, man, I love this game.
It's very, very endearing, even though the story could definitely use some work. And also
Yeah,
some
it's a really charming game. Like, you can tell that they didn't really take it seriously in a few parts.
Yeah, no, definitely. It tears me up that I cannot have a Hatina on my team, because I love that Pokemon.
Yeah.
Like, it's just a little tiny party hat. Like, come on. We're gonna have that Pacifica Northwest arc. I mean, you're not wrong.
Dude, I just heard like a thud and then the stream started buffering and I was like, did someone just like kill the internet?
Oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, no, my brain just kind of reset, because when the Hatina did the confusion thing, there was a bong, like a thump something that made me think of Taco Bell, and my brain just reset. Yes, give me your money, thank you.
Taco Bell.
Taco Bell.
Like, do you see that fucking gold watch on his wrist that should definitely fall off? Like,
yeah, no, 100%.
at the wrong angle. Like, that shit looks like it should be falling off.
Yeah, no,
that is literally. Hold on, how old is he?
isn't he like 15, 16? Am I around that?
No, there ain't no way. Hold on.
Huh? Oh, so he says that he's memorized my strategy and battle tactics and everything. It's not that hard to memorize it when you only use flying type. I won't lie. Like, it's not that hard to memorize it when you only use flying. He likes the danger. So true.
I'm seeing so many different ages.
You're the only person in this world that switches Pokemon before they die. I mean, you're not wrong. You're really not. Hello.
I'm seeing so many different ages. I can't find like a specific one.
Oh. I don't think Pumpkaboo's flying, is it? He's 15. Ah, okay. You know, no, Pumpkaboo's like ghost.
I don't know. I saw at one point I saw 23, which I'm like, there is no way. And then I saw like 10 to 12, and then I saw 17. So I'm like not 100% sure. Also, this art I just found of him is like awesome.
Ooh, nice.
Hold on.
Oh no.
Look at this art, dude.
Oh, wait, art? Pause? Eh. Ooh, that is really cool. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I do feel slightly bad. Cause look at all my Pokemon. They're just having a grand old time. They're flying around. Oh, Magikarp. Magikarp. Oh no.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if like all of the like kids who are trying to become the champion are like 15, 16 years old, because that seems fair.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know what world would allow like 10 to 12-year-olds to go on their own.
The Pokemon world, apparently. Oh yeah, no, Magikarp just randomly started flying. I have no idea what happened there.
Oh, here he comes. Oh fuck,
Oh.
here he goes.
Oh, oh, there he is. Oh, there he goes. Oh, do you want it? Do you want it? Oh, then there's Gerald.
Are you trying to shake it with the thumbstick?
No, maybe.
Use the A button.
Well, that's not as fun.
Look at Ash, he's 10 and he's been literally everywhere. Dude, he's just built different, okay? He's the exception.
Well done. Go get it. He's a Pokemon by now, 100%.
Yeah, he's been raised by them now.
Yeah.
How old is he, like, at the end in canon? Because there's no way he's still 10. I refuse to believe that everything that happened in, like, the Pokemon show has happened in, like, the span of not even a year. Did they never have a single Ash birthday episode?
I don't think so. Look at this Magikarp. I don't know what he's doing.
Dying.
He's trying his best.
I'm gonna look up Pokemon Ash age end of show and see if there's actually like a...
If it's actually like something.
I think like the consensus is that he started off at 10 and then at the end he's like 13 at that point.
Ah, okay. I wish I aged like
It's like-
that.
I wish, yeah. I wish I was in a coma.
I know, just a small little coma.
Just a little bit.
Just a tiny bit of
Dude,
one.
honestly, I wish I could be like a bear and hibernate. But instead of doing it throughout like the... Actually, you know what? No, I'd still do it in the winter. Because I was gonna say do it throughout the summer because I fucking hate the summer. But also, like, there isn't much to do in the winter.
That's true, that's true. See, veiled comas are normal wishes? Wishes? Yeah,
They shouldn't be, but they are when you are sleep deprived.
Yeah.
Over, like, years. So...
Just
It's not
years of
a
sleep
thing to be proud
deprivation.
of. I'm just saying.
Currently 3 AM. Ah! Play!
Yeah, and you're saying that you wish to be in a coma, but you're staying up until 3 AM. Okay.
Let me be happy.
No.
Magikarp is flying. How are you flying?
Happiness must be paid for now.
You must pay to be happy.
Yep. Yeah, that's what I thought. Stay sad.
Such a dumb expression on his face. Oh, I just realized! The bird copies. Because the whistle was like, doo doo, and then,
Oh, the bird did it
Scorpion-
back?
Yeah. It was adorable.
Aw. He's cute, so cute.
Yeah. So cute. Wants a lot of attention? Okay. Ah! Eat with Park. We did! We ate with Park already. Happy. Oh, jeez! Headache has a little bit of zoomies, I guess. Oh no, Headache was doing a race with Carp.
Wait.
Carp
Carp's actually going so fast. What the hell?
Yeah. Alright, all done camping. Headache is living up to its name. It really is, yeah. Jailed Grew.
I'm wondering if I should get the Howl's Moving Castle button up shirt.
That depends. What does it look like?
You know the hold on, let me look up.
Trying to see if there are any flying types over. No, that is a Neoth.
I'm trying to like remember which part had like the checkered pattern. You remember how his like jacket had the checker pattern? It's just that checker pattern on a button up.
Ooh, okay. Oh my goodness. Oh hi Milo. Milo.
He's so cutie. He's so girly pop. Look at him.
Look at him. Rather project
Also, I love this site purely because of the descriptions they put for their clothes are not at all serious.
I love it when they just have fun.
It
with the
literally says
description.
man turned into slime and almost died because he accidentally changed his hair color. My gosh, dude, get over it. People are gonna simp over you regardless.
Amazing. I love when they just don't hold back.
Oh yeah.
Oh, come on. No, please.
Lore, lore, lore.
I don't want to know the lore. Just let me
Lore,
just go
lore, lore.
through. Hey.
I'm sad that they don't have many buying ups that I want on your store right now because I want the Howl one, but it's not available yet.
Oh. Just gonna have to just keep a close eye on that.
Yeah. Where's the spider that I wanted those yesterday?
Why is Hump always there? Not a single clue. Not a single clue.
Oh my god, they have the dreamy sweater from fucking Animal Crossing in here.
Heyo.
Yeah, they made it real.
Oh, it is real.
The stuff I want here. So I'm gonna go this way, because I want your clothes.
Amber.
Oh yeah, I don't know if I've already sent you this sweater, because this is, I feel like you'd want this.
Which one? Ooh, wait, no, you haven't. Oh.
Oh, it's out of stock right now, though. Damn. They have a lot of cat merch here, though.
Ooh.
Don't worry, if it makes you feel better, there's a strawberry sweater that I really wanted, but the only size they have is XL.
Oof.
Like, I really wanted this sweater, and I didn't get it in time.
Darn. Maybe it'll restock sometime soon?
I hope so, because it's literally like my dream sweater at the moment, because I love that color. I love that color palette so much.
Okay.
I'm gonna like email them and ask them if it's gonna be available.
You would swim in that sweater.
I should actually send it to chat. I won't send the other one because L, it's mine. But you can have the other one I sent Phil. That's the one I said that Phil might want.
Just L, get your own.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know, I just really like this shop because they have, not only do they have like button ups, but the buttons on the button ups are different shapes and stuff, and it's really cute.
Ooh, I like
Is
that.
it in stock?
Oh, Goody already has it. In cart.
It is out of stock. It is literally out of stock. I don't know how you can do that. Ooh, oh, I need this one. Oh.
Goody still says just in cart.
Let me check to see if I have button up sizing. Oh, hello. Someone's calling me. Ah!
Oh.
Hold on, I'll join them in a second. I need to.
Sweater is very cute. Very good sweater. I'm gonna keep an eye on that sweater.
Where is the sizing chart?
Sizing. Phone. The phone is ringing.
The phone.
The
phone is ringing.
There's an animal in trouble. There's an animal in trouble. There's an animal
in trouble somewhere. Ooh. Oh, they have a puppy version of the puppy. Oh, the puppy. Oh,
A puppy
there's a
version.
puppy. There's a puppy. They have a seagull button-up shirt. I love seagull. I love. Oh, I said what's that doctor?
Just lobe. There's so much lobe.
I love you. Seagulls are such an underrated animal, just in general.
Yeah.
I think,
Although
personally.
No, I agree with that, but I'm not gonna lie. The only thing that I can think of whenever I see a seagull is just a trash bird. Nothing else.
Yeah, but they
unfortunately.
know what they want, so you gotta respect them for that.
Yeah, if you're in Australia though, you'd best hide, because they are ruthless. They're trash
No,
birds and they own it. So true.
Maybe on D-line. I have like a singular thing in my cart right now.
One thing. Hey,
I might get
the ball
something
guy.
from. I might get something from Positive Pride too.
Ooh, Positive Pride is a good one.
Dude, buy from Positive Pride. I'm not sponsored. I'm just saying to do it.
Agreed. Wait, I stay psychic. Electric. Flying, you! Yes, give me. How can I wear it out?
I'm pretty sure they have. I'm pretty sure they have shrimp enamel pins on the site. Actually, hold on.
Oh, yo, shrimp.
I think they might have it. Oh, they do!
Let's go.
They have shrimp!
Let's
I
go.
need these.
It's time to become shrimp. Shrimp time. They
Well,
have
I'm
a scrumpy.
curious, because they don't have an option to pick one of the two. So do I have to add two if I want both? Or is it double-sided? Oh!
Might be
It's
double-sided.
it's double-sided with different strip on each side.
Oh, yo, let's go.
I'm adding to cart.
More to cart. Oh.
You can tell I got paid, so I'm spending my money. I'm rewarding myself.
Just for a job well done.
Yeah.
Treating yourself. Burn. Hiccups. No, I want to change into the flying uniform, please. Let me change into the flying. Time to beat the grass gym with only flying type Pokemon. Oh boy.
Hey, Vale.
Yeah, what's up?
The only size they have for this sweater is an XL, but
Huh?
look at it.
Ah, that's adorable. You gotta stay hydrated.
You gotta stay hydrated.
Hey, just gotta, man. Gotta stay hydrated.
Alright, I'm being summoned for MCCI, so I must go.
Alright, enjoy MCCI.
I will. Thank you for having me, even though I like basically like just kicked down your door and sat down.
Just like kicking down the door. You can't get rid of me.
Exactly. Buy nerd? Like purchase one, Cootie?
Just a nerd.
For like a singular nerd candy?
Just a singular one.
Buy rice, it was scary. I'm glad, I think.
I did just kind of jump scare everyone.
I do that. Alright, I'm
little
off.
bit.
And I'm not
Alright.
doing a sound effect, so don't worry, you don't have to worry about that.
Alright. Bye-bye.
Goodbye, Vale, and goodbye, chat. I'm off. Goodbye. See you.
Bye,
Bye-bye.
guys.
Bye. Bye. Bye.
Bye-bye. How long has it been? Oh my god, 4 hours? Seriously? Oh my god. And we're only in the first gym. Ah. Oh my goodness. 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 Goodness gravy. Laura's holding back. Oh, no, absolutely. Like, the lore is just dragging me to go slow. Like, by my ankles. Just making me go so slow. Oh, that was fast. Uh-oh. Yeah, Kitty? I fear that you are thinking. He's so happy of losing. No, I know, right? Just so happy to lose. A nerd. You are also a nerd too, Goody. Do not forget that. You're the biggest nerd we got. Slash pogs. How dare I? I know, I'm so sorry. So sorry, Cody. It had to be said. I had to say it. It had to be done. It had to be said. I'm sorry. The Wooloo have been wrangled. Wicked. Very goody. Pet, pet, pet. Pet, pet, pet. Huh. Hey, gym challenge completed. Wicked. It has been completed. And now we just bulldoze. We just bulldoze right on through. I still feel just like a tiny, tiny bit bad though. Just a teeny bit. Itty bitty bit. Hello again, Milo. How are you? How you doing? How's the wife? How's the kids? I don't know why that's my go-to one. It's been so long. Like, 1 minute. Wow. It's been an entire minute. Wow. So long. Alright, ready for the awesome music that is the gym? The gym music. Very good. I like it. Noseless. No nose. L. No nose. SMH. Ooh, almost one shot. I'm not gonna lie, I might just be jamming right now. Just listening to the music. Just gonna entirely just wipe the team. As you should. Alright, and then he's gonna Dynamax because it's his last Pokemon, so therefore, time for Big Bird. Big Bird. Oh no, absolutely. Exterminate. Oh, loud bird. Exterminate. You're about to be uprooted. No, I'm pretty sure you're about to be blown away. Yeah, get it? Blown away. Wind. Flying. Yeah. I'm sorry. Jokes! Jokes! Follow for more jokes. There's a laugh track when you need it. Not a clue. Not a single clue. Wait, what happened? Oh, right. Alright. He's now like one level ahead, and considering that I did not, I'll, awkward. Um, well, Soren, please. Soren. Soren. Well, I completely forgot that, that Soren won't listen to me for the moment, so... Yeah, this is awkward. This is, well, Is this time a bit awkward? Whoopsie. Whoops. This is tiny bit awkward. Well. Yeah, a little bit. Like, a little bit of a sacrifice. I might just have to heal and send Soren back in and hope that Soren listens to me. Cause, I kind of forgot that because I didn't catch Soren will only listen to me for a certain amount of levels. Whoopsies. Whoops. And to be fair, it's like completely my fault too. Cause I just always send in Soren, no one else. He's going through his rebellious phase. So true. Okay, cool, now he's listening. Awesome. Thank you, Soren. Hey, you know, just a tiny bit of a rebellious phase. It's all good. It happens. Oh, jeez. You know, it happens. It's all good. It happens. It's fine. We got it. Yeah, see, we beat him. It's fine. It's all good. All good. It is fine. All good. It's fine. Very own grass badge. Yee. Handshake. Badge. Hey. Badge number 1. Let's go. Now catch up. Okay. I hope those weren't Milo's best Pokemon. Hopefully not. No, because we just obliterated them. Alright. So up to level 25, so Soren should listen to me again until level 25. Oh well, I guess. To be honest, I didn't see that. But yeah, I'll see, I would be surprised. Yeah, it kinda does a little bit. It looks like shadow. It's supposed to be like shadows and everything, but yeah, no, it does look like sweat. No, just tiny bit. I do feel a little bit bad, Thorin. Wait on, I saw a Pokeball here. Or is it give? Give. I want the thing. Oop, tiny. And yoink. Wicked. Brutal swing. Nice. Very nice. Alright. And go back here to heal. Alright. And rest. Wicked. Okay, next is water. We're definitely gonna need to find... just... No, don't care. Alright. So. It has been... like... almost 4.5 hours. I think this is where I'm gonna end it. We got pretty far, we got through the opening. We got the first gym done and over with. So hopefully next time I do this challenge, we'll be able to go a lot faster. Yeah. It is EP time. Time to end. Yeah. Thank you guys so much for sticking around and everything. Just give me one moment. I'm going to see if there's anyone that I can raid. Let's see. Since it is EP, we are going to raid cat channel. You can just watch the kitty cats. Hey. And let's see. There we go. Wicked. Hey. Yeah, thank you for sticking around, Clay. Let's see. Okay, so got everything. Got the raid ready. Alright. So yeah, thank you so much for the follows and everything. It was a lot of fun. I do plan on continuing this challenge and everything. Not on Wednesday, because I'm gonna be streaming Bug Fables, because it's been a while since I streamed that. And that also will definitely be like a long stream too. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna be a long stream. But I will see if I can stream Pokemon again either on Thursday or maybe Friday. I'll have to check though. But this is where I'm gonna end. Again, thank you guys so much for sticking around. Be sure to... I'll try not to lose the streams. It's all good, no worries. There's always the VODs too. I think I'll actually start like put schedules and everything so I can like kind of remember as well and actually, you know, actually use it. Alright. Oh wait, also, hold on. Gonna do that. I tend to post if I'm when I'm streaming on my Twitter, which will be that. So if you just want to give that a follow and just if you're not following already, just make sure that sponsor time. Just to be sure that you're caught up with like all the alerts and everything. The one time that I will plug in my Twitter. Yeah, thank you so much for sticking around. Gonna raid the cats. Alright. And feel free to join. Remember to get something to drink, get something to eat, take your meds, all that stuff. And yeah. Hope you guys are doing good. I will see you guys on Wednesday for Bug Fables, and maybe Thursday or Friday for more Pokemon. Probably Thursday, but we'll see. Right, and hello VOD watchers, I hope you're doing well as well. Right. And hope you guys have a good rest of your day / night. Alright. Bye bye.